Cancel on you. They won't get canceled either.
877-GO-TO-DAGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. It all starts Friday, April 21, with that big one on the Boulevard, the huge party there. Doubleheader race on Saturday, plus Cole Swindell in the infield. And then Sunday, April 23rd, it caps off the Geico 500 there at Talladega. Don't forget to enhance your race weekend by adding the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. You can see all of that at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or call 877-GO-TO-DAGA.
Lunsford back row, microphone please. Are you telling me she canceled multiple shows here in a row?
Yeah, she canceled 3. Tomorrow on April 11th at Smoothie King Center in New Orleans, and then one wherever the Thunder play in Oklahoma City. And then she had one at Jerry World the 8th, whatever that is, I guess later this week, but with somebody else, but she rescheduled it. With Billy Joel, but she rescheduled it.
So is there a chance that she got sick because of ticket sales?
I don't know. It says ongoing illness within the band. That sounds like COVID to me.
Yeah, it does.
She could be tired.
I hope everybody is okay. Justin Eboigbe, Alabama player, with a tweet that makes Alabama fans really happy from yesterday. He sends this out. 100% healed and cleared with the praying emoji there. So Justin hoping to come back on that D line and help out Alabama a little bit there. That's good news in college football there. And then we get ready for the Masters, which starts on Thursday. Brownie gave you some tee times. Par 3 is today.
And tomorrow.
Tomorrow. They go on Wednesday, the Par 3 tournament.
Right. Yep.
More practice rounds happening today. Did you see in the new CBA, the in-season tournament is going to start next year for the NBA? The winning team will get $500,000 per person on the team. That's enough juice to get you interested, right?
I mean, if you're making $50 million a year, I mean, for some, yeah.
Just an extra $500,000 to throw away,
or donate to charity. I mean, you could look really good and get a tax write-off if you said, my $500,000's going to, X charity.
Around the NFL draft at the amphitheater in the suburbs of Kansas City, Travis Kelce will hold the first ever Kelce Jam.
Probably the last.
Machine Gun Kelly.
Gross.
Rick Ross.
Nope.
DJ Duo Loud Luxury, and Kansas City's own T9. Tech 9.
T9.
Tech 9.
If it were in my backyard, I'd put my house on the market.
Top of the hour. End of the show. We're back with you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, getting going live now on a Wednesday. LT will be with us in just a second. We got something to tell you about, but we go par 3 today in Augusta. And then the tournament at the Masters start tomorrow. Some college football discussions from several coaches about trying to change the spring. I feel like, Brown, there's a new dawning in college football. We'll talk about maybe a big push to finally get spring football the way we want it. But can you tell us what's going on behind you here to start the show off?
Well, I'm very excited about this. Look behind me, everybody. And I just realized Scott gave me a new mark, and I'm off my mark. Hang on, Scott. I am so sorry. There we go. Look behind me if you're watching us on video. If not, I will describe to you what is behind me. For those of you audio only, a little slice of my heaven, if you will, please. If you know anything about this show, you know I am addicted to Diet Coke. Have been for years. Love me a good cold Diet Coke, Rockstar. Don't you love a good Diet Coke?
A good one, yes.
A good one.
You got to have a good one.
We are very thrilled here on The Next Round, a subsidiary of Double Down Media, to announce that the 3 of us are and 4 of us, 5 of us, everybody here, your brand new Coca-Cola influencers.
All right. Hey,
now,
happy Wednesday.
Yeah, there you go. It's a great photo. Our buddy Alec from Coca-Cola.
Great cardboard cutouts, I think.
I know. That's true. I mean, if we were in a convenience store, Rockstar, would that make you want to buy a Diet Coke? See me stand there in the
I can't see that.
You could just play along and say,
Brown.
Yeah,
If
absolutely.
I was in a convenience store.
You know, I would say, though, that I don't like the fact that Nick Saban's cardboard cutout is taller than my cardboard cutout.
Is Nick Saban actually taller than you?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
We may be the
I
same
think you're
height.
slightly taller.
We may be the same height.
I was asked last night on social media, okay, you're a Coca-Cola influencer now. Congratulations. What does that really mean?
It means we could do this. Rockstar, you need something to drink?
Rockstar, are you thirsty? Would you like Dasani water?
Can you just bring me my options? Bring me one of everything?
We got one of everything. Rockstar wants one of everything. Yeah. Dunaway gonna. So that's Sprite. You want a Sprite? You got Dasani water?
I already got me a water.
He's got
Thank
water.
you,
Put
guys.
the Sprite back in. Keep that cold. Make sure you face it out. There you go. We're really pumped for this brand new partnership with Coca-Cola that will last until I go to the grave. That's my prediction there. I'll have Diet Coke behind me here until I go to the grave, huh?
That's a good prediction.
Oh, thank you.
Well, that is a bold prediction.
Yeah.
LT jumps in and says, "You want to put a steak on it, Dunaway?"
So welcome, Coca-Cola. There we go. Stay
Yeah.
back. Welcome, Coca-Cola, to the Next Round family. We are thrilled to have you here.
This is exciting because, we've had a lot of their product up here before, but we've never had that.
Yeah,
and that
right.
looks so official.
The cooler right behind me so that at any point during the show, I can just swing back there and grab me a nice ice-cold Diet Coke. There are few things in life that are better. Now, there are things in life. I'm not going to overstate this.
Shout out.
But few things in life that are better than the middle of summer and you dig your hand down in that cold cooler and pull out a Diet Coke and that first swig. And bonus points if there's a few ice chips floating in it. It's partially frozen.
Yes,
I'll tell you a few things that are better. The Fruit Punch Powerade.
Yeah, we got that down there,
The
Lance.
Blue
That's good.
Powerade.
Yep, all the
The
Powerades.
Dasani, the Sprite, and the Coke.
Yeah. Yep. But when you get that cold drink out of that
yeah,
cooler and you hit that out on the lake or the golf course or whatever and you hit that first swig.
Yep.
Woo, that's a
Jeff
good
says, as a 25-plus year employee of Coca-Cola in Birmingham, I could not be more excited. So
thank you for your service, Jeff.
Thanks all of you guys over in the chat room there as we move to that new chapter of the show. At some point when we do the 13-part documentary, I'd love for one little snippet of it to discuss what were some of the things we were going to put in that corner and we left it open left it open. Eventually, luckily, we saved it for the Coca-Cola cooler in our studio. But there were a lot of things that were going over there.
Well, there's one. There was one we discussed that we've actually moved yesterday.
Yeah, we do have a place for that.
We got a place for something new. Yeah,
it's going to be a lot different than it was going to be over there.
That's right. But I think we've come up with a solid plan.
Oh, can I guess? I'll just point here. Is it?
No,
it's not behind Forrester and Lunsford.
No.
Oh. That would be a great place for it, though.
Fire alarm?
No.
Could actually be behind you.
Yeah, it's going to be behind you, actually.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Just wait.
Anything to distract from this space. I'm all for it, man.
That's all we said.
Anything to distract from this space.
Give them something to look at other than Dunaway.
Hey, that's a good call by you guys.
You're the new dating trend. Don't forget that.
Yeah, that's right. Something different for American women. Get tired of those muscles, all that hair. Turn to me. Part of trash yesterday. You can go back and catch that. We got a lot to get to. Including, let's start with what's wrong sometimes with what goes on in sports, okay? Coaches poll, final coaches poll comes out in basketball. Now, some of you are not going to think this is wrong, but, we play a tournament, and then the coaches vote for the coaches poll at the end. Obviously, UConn's number one.
Okay. That's pretty easy.
San Diego State's number 2.
Yeah, they played for it.
Miami's number 3.
They were in the Final Four.
FAU is number 5.
Oh, wait a minute. Seems like they went away from their trend right there at FAU.
Well, they only jumped 20 spots.
Alabama slides in at number 4.
Alabama number 4.
Yeah.
No, Alabama is a better team than Miami and San Diego State. Auburn fans are going to go nuts and say San Diego State beat them heads up. Alabama had a 9-point second-half lead. Brandon Miller couldn't have played worse. These polls mean nothing. We know that.
Yeah, they mean nothing.
But if you're being realistic, UConn is the best team in basketball right now. They prove that.
So is this the highest Alabama's ever finished in a final poll? It's got to be, right?
Yeah, it's got to be.
It's got to be.
Well, I mean, what happened in 75-76?
No, I think I saw yesterday 5th was their previous high, if I saw that correctly, in a postseason poll. The postseason poll is weird. Like, I think in football, they go the top 4, but generally those teams are already ranked there or close to it, right? I mean, that's how they get into the playoffs is they're in the top 4. But in basketball, that doesn't necessarily mean it's been your 4 best teams all year. So it is a little more complicated in basketball. Like, I don't have a problem with the pollsters not just going, okay, here's your Final Four, that's your top 4 teams.
Here's your Elite 8.
Here's your Elite 8. Those are teams 5 through 8. I mean, that's not really the way a poll works. Now, it's going to be hard to go anybody other than UConn at the top, and I guess San Diego State number 2. But after that, I don't mind the subjectivity, to be honest with you. I'm with Lance. I think Alabama this year was a better team than either Florida Atlantic or Miami. Now, they weren't when it mattered the most, but that's not really how a poll, I guess, works.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Just thought it was an interesting little thing there about the final coaches poll from the 32 coaches who voted in that. The ratings did come in, by the way, from Monday night.
Oh, I haven't seen these.
Down a little bit, but 14.7 million ends up being the number. And what at one point was the most meteoric rising sport in television numbers, especially in demographics, was the NBA. But once again, the men's national championship game beats the NBA Finals. 14.7 million people watched the NCAA tournament championship game with UConn winning, and what we all considered going in a very flat, was not a lot of buzz going into that game, the national championship game. It was a pretty flat start to. Or flat game. It was a very average outing. Wasn't that entertaining of a contest, and still drew 14.7 million more than the NBA Finals over the last few years. College sports with football and basketball has sort of taken its place on the U.S. landscape. Other than the NFL, it's the biggest moneymaker now.
Yeah, and I think people soured on basketball during COVID, and a lot of people haven't come back. But I would say, you've got a resurgence with this Lakers team that has won 11 of the last 15. They're playing great basketball. Another tight win on the road against the Jazz last night. Let's just assume that a lot of people believe Celtics are the best team in the NBA. If you had a Celtics-Lakers series again, I think you could bring back a lot of the older generation.
Maybe get some of those numbers back up
I think
there.
The numbers would come back.
Yeah.
There's a long way away from that happening, but if it was to happen.
But you remember, Brownie, back in the day when, we here in the South were sort of looked down upon as, how much we love college sports.
That's right, over the pros, yeah.
And how all the big city media people would tell us, man, it's all about the NBA, it's all about the NFL, it's all about Major League Baseball, and then a little further down, you had the college sports that you guys love so much, but here in the big city, the big money drivers in the media, it's the pro sports. Not the case anymore.
No, I mean, college sports has, by and large, been on fire. I mean, the advent of the college football playoff, I will be interested to see if expanding the playoff strengthens or weakens college football TV numbers. I don't know. I'm inclined to say they'll be bigger because you got more meaningful games in an expanded playoff. But college football has been on fire. College basketball has been very, very solid. So, yeah, I mean, the window has closed a little bit. I got a lot of people that tell me college sports aren't going to exist the way I know them in 5 years or 10 years, or I'm giving up. I can't watch college sports anymore because of the pay for play. I got a lot of people that tell me that. I hear that a lot. The TV numbers don't really support that. I mean, I don't think people have turned college football or basketball off in big numbers because players now can make money for playing it.
No doubt about that.
But I have a lot of people tell me they do.
We'll jump into what we touched on yesterday, and Hugh Freeze touched on 2 days. Other coaches in the state of Alabama at UAB and Troy have chimed in on the thoughts of reimagining spring football in college athletics. And Andy Staples, our friend from The Athletic, writes a story today saying he's all in on what Hugh Freeze and others have suggested. We'll get to that right after Brownie tells us about our friends at NASCAR and the Talladega Superspeedway as we get ready to go racing over there now that we're part of the Coca-Cola race team.
We are. That's right. I'll drink that ice cold Coca-Cola in victory lane. 877-GO-TO-DAGA is the number to go watch the race. 877-GO-TO-DAGA. It is the Geico 500 weekend at the Talladega Superspeedway. It all starts Friday, April 21. With the big one on the Boulevard, one of the biggest parties you'll find anywhere. Saturday, you got a doubleheader of racing and a Cole Swindell concert. And then Sunday, April 23rd, is the Geico 500 weekend. You can get on board with that. You can secure your garage experience presented by Cool Ray when you call 877-GO-TO-DAGA or TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. 877-GO-TO-DAGA or TalladagaSuperspeedway.com to get your spot at the Geico 500 weekend.
All right. Rockstar, let's run through a couple of these sound bites here just to put it in perspective. Let's go back to what Hugh Freeze said a couple of days ago, cut number 4, Rockstar, and then we'll hear from a couple of coaches whose teams got brought into this conversation.
It's nonstop.
I mean, it really is.
Brown would love just a still shot before we play it. Forrester, if you'll pop it up.
Yeah, I mean, this is our standard Hugh Freeze soundbite.
Didn't he campaign for this job?
Yeah, I mean,
Just curious.
Hugh, God love him, is the most beat down man in America right now. This spring, I think, has taken years off Hugh Freeze's life.
Leave that up there. Just really quickly. Rockstar says he campaigned for the job, and he's true. Hugh's going to do a fantastic job down there. And LT, you're not buying this, right? You think this team's going to end up winning 8 games this year?
Well, I don't know. I mean, he's trying to sell me the other way now, and it does look like he is truly fatigued. I don't think he would be that good of an actor. I'm just trying to equate this to somebody else that just can't catch a break in life.
Yeah, I mean, every time we play a Hugh Freeze soundbite, the man is just basically he's doing one of two things. He is trying to tell Auburn fans, you should really expect nothing early out of this team. Don't expect anything early. Or he's basically just bemoaning the fact that he doesn't have any players anywhere. I mean, it's like every soundbite we play for the guy. The photo of this one, though, was amazing. I mean,
looks like he's getting ready to do an eye exam. Okay, cover your right eye.
No, I still see my quarterbacks. All right, cover your left eye. Yep. Still see my quarterbacks.
But this is what Hugh said a few days ago about what he would love as a guy who coaches, who is trying to develop a team. What he would like to see spring football in college football turn into the playing of another opponent in the spring.
I'm gonna cry again for the solution to the solution is allow us to scrimmage somebody on a day, another team, and I think everybody would get out of it exactly what they want. And let's adopt a charity to give all the proceeds to. And I just think it would be great for the sport. I think it would be awesome. NFL gets to scrimmage against others. High schools get to scrimmage against each others, and I just, for the life of me, I don't understand why we haven't gotten to that point where we can pull that off.
Okay, so Hugh Freeze and a lot of coaches at his level say, okay, let's do this. So what do you think about the teams that a lot of people say Auburn and Alabama and others should scrimmage and play spring games against this time of year? Let's go first to UAB, part now of the American Athletic Conference, AAC, still a group of 5 conference, but considered to be the best group of 5 conference in recent years. Here's head coach Trent Dilford responding specifically to what Hugh Freeze said there.
Pretty pleased. But yes, of course, Hugh's right. I think we all want to, whether you're Auburn, Alabama, you're looking for live competition, you're looking not to play yourself. I think if you're UAB or Troy, you're looking to hopefully play people that are perceived to be much better than you, so you can kind of use it as a test to see where your program's at.
Yeah, and Trent Dilfer's all for that there. Your thoughts on a UAB Auburn or UAB Alabama, which probably wouldn't happen for political reasons, but Troy Alabama, Troy Auburn, Jack State of now Conference USA getting into the mix. I don't even know if maybe you cross state lines and play intersectional. I don't think anybody, LT and Brown, are screaming for it to be Alabama and USC scrimmaging in the spring or Auburn scrimmaging against Clemson, but having some other people other than your own team on the other side.
Well, I think it would be interesting. Obviously there would be more appeal. I mean, we already get some of these A-Day games, these spring games that sell out. I mean, Colorado's already got to sell out. But I think much more interest if you had an Alabama and a Troy. And another interesting angle would be how much more would guys be scouting the Troy guys for the portal?
Oh yeah, like, oh boy, that kid can play against our people. Yeah.
Hey, big receiver. While you're here on campus, we're going to go ahead and let you dress in the Auburn practice facility. Then you guys can
come. It would happen.
No, you're right, absolutely.
But look, the costs are kept down too.
Right.
Not that matters, but Hugh's got a great point. Doing this for charity and raising as much money as you possibly can.
Yeah, and Brown, you could see them saying Ryan Brown is a great wide receiver. Ryan, just don't even worry about packing up your locker. Just leave that right there if you want to.
That's
man.
Right. You stay here. It's like when Cuba plays in the United States baseball.
Yeah,
and they always get on that bus and there's like, anybody seen these 2 guys? Nope, I hadn't seen them for 24 hours.
Troy would send like security guards with them, trying to make sure head counts everywhere we go.
Everybody got their bus buddy, right?
Speaking of our buddy at Troy, John Sumrall, he was asked the same question by our friends at WSFA Channel 12 in Montgomery, your sports leader for the state's capital. John Sumrall right here talking about what Hugh said as well. Would Troy be in on this?
I'm open to that for sure. I think there's some positive about guys having something to maybe play for at the end. I do think there's something nostalgic about having a venue on your home stadium for the end of spring with a spring game. I mean, why not have 2 of them? Like why not go, hey, we're going to do a home and home in the spring with the same team, and you see people in the NFL do it. You see high school teams do it, right? And so I'd love it. I mean, I'd like to play whoever, whenever, spring, fall, summer. I'll do whatever. I like practicing football, and I think you got to, you would do it with like-minded staffs. Hugh's a good friend, and I've talked to Hugh quite a bit since he's been at Auburn, and I think that's a tremendous idea.
Yeah, he brings up something else now. So the next layer of the onion is, so John Sumrall and others would say, okay, but we would like a home event either. Let's go home and home with
play
Auburn.
2 spring games. I don't have a problem with that.
Would Auburn be willing to do this? And your point, Brown, is that we see if the Patriots and the Buccaneers or the Bucs and the Dolphins are going to play an exhibition game in the NFL, usually the visiting team arrives a couple of days early, and we do live scrimmages.
Yeah, and that's actually where you get more one-on-ones because a lot of guys will not play in the actual exhibition game, but they do play in the practices, and you get a lot of one-on-one scrimmages. You see a lot of fights. It gets heated. I mean, they're playing legit. Now, quarterbacks are still off limits, and other injured players are off limits the same way it'd be in a spring game. And I don't understand the injury argument. Like I saw Dennis Dodd retweet our buddy Chris McCauley from 3340 who sent out that same Hugh Freeze video we played. And Dennis is like, this has been talked about for a while, but there are injury concerns. I'm like, you're playing against Alabama's playing against Alabama right now.
There are moments that it's one-on-ones in Tuscaloosa.
And they're going, I think, full speed. I think Nick Saban wants some full speed.
I don't disagree. And I brought up the injury thing the other day. The difference would be how much more magnified it would be in a game like this.
That's right. Why did you lose your big running back?
You're saying there's no greater injury risk. There's just worse PR around the injury.
That's exactly what it is.
Okay.
But remember, who was it? The guy that just transferred out of Tuscaloosa, who came in a 5-star running back, that blew up his foot in camp. I think it was Trey Sanders.
Yeah.
I think it was August.
Yeah.
It was actually the start of fall camp, but it was a big injury that has derailed that in the traffic accident derailed his career. But those are going to happen whether it's in scrimmages against one-on-ones or 1 versus 2 in your own team. In fact, I would make the case that you're more likely when ones are playing ones, no matter what level it is, you've got less of a chance of being injured when you're playing less talented people, if you know what I mean, as opposed to your ones playing your threes. There's a better chance that your Troy guys who are ones tackle better, fall to the ground better than sometimes a clumsy scout team guy.
Yeah, maybe
would end up
so.
doing. Because who doesn't like playing basketball with people like me? Really good people.
Yes.
Really good people.
You don't give them a landing spot.
Because I'm undercutting them, and without even knowing it, just because I'm less athletic, they'll end up landing on my foot or something, and they get mad at me and used to punch me, and that's why I don't play basketball anymore.
Used to punch me.
So we're all for this. Who's against it? I mean, other than the stuffy shirts at the NCAA. Have we heard a coach?
No.
Does anybody think of a coach that says they're against it?
Fans aren't against it. Coaches aren't against it. I'm sure players, they don't care.
I mean, they're going to play the game either way. They'd probably rather play another team than have to go against their guys, if I had to guess.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. I mean, you get tired of hitting the same guys in practice. I think you would be excited to hit different people.
I don't know what the downside is, really.
Yeah. And you know what else in practice? Even when you're doing ones-on-ones, I mean, who knows your playbook better than your defense?
That's right. Yeah.
I mean, you would get a real look at your offense a little bit. And listen, I'm all for these scrimmages happening. They don't even have to be in the quote-unquote spring game. They don't have to be on television for me. I think it'd be okay if they're closed practices so that Hugh Freeze and his new staff could run real offensive plays that they want to run and not try to hide it from the media or the tape, really run them against Troy, and Troy be able to run their real offense against Auburn's talent, so you really can improve. It doesn't have to be televised for me. Just allow these teams to go practice each other. I'd be all for that, 100% all for that. And I'm sure it'd make practice a lot more interesting for them. A lot to get to, including Wendell Green in our next segment. Show being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. Can't wait to talk to Wendell Green about his decision at the moment to enter the NBA draft. What's up next for Wendell? We'll get into that.
And I had to make the decision over 20 years ago whether or not I wanted to continue with the contacts or if I wanted to get LASIK. Dr. Mark Michelson, the first to perform the LASIK procedure back in the state of Alabama in 1995. I went in, got screened out. I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. For more information, 205-969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Payton designed course and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Spring has sprung, and that means there's no shortage of things to do and places to explore. No matter what these upcoming months may have in store for you, be sure you're doing it in style. At New Balance Birmingham, we provide versatility, comfort, and function that all come together for a combination rivaled by no other shoe. Come find a shoe that fits your lifestyle at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons. Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
More portal guys yesterday in the NBA. I did a little reading. The folks at Field of 68 said over 1,200 players that are in the portal, 966 of them are scholarship players. But even with people who have declared for the NBA, like our man Wendell Green we're about to talk to, people who are out of eligibility, or people who are in the portal, including walk-ons, that in general it's a 30% roster turnover for over 300 teams. That's the bottom baseline.
That's the average.
That's the average. 30% turnover on rosters in college basketball. Try to keep up with that.
Yeah. Wendell joins us each week throughout the NCAA tournament presented by Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Do not let car trouble interfere with any plans you have this summer for the best in the service in the greater Birmingham area. Think only of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Learn more at VulcanTireandAuto.com. What's up, Wendell? How are you, man?
Good. How you doing?
Doing great. Thanks a lot. So you told us last week, hey, by the time I come on with you guys next week, I'll have an answer about my future. That answer is you are going to explore your NBA future. What went into that decision for you?
I think, it's just the best decision for me moving forward. I want to continue to keep getting better as a player. And I think I just, taking risks, and betting on myself, that's worked out for me my whole, basketball career since high school. So I think it's just better. It's just the best decision for myself.
Well, if basketball doesn't work out, you told us 2 weeks ago that UConn was going to win the national championship. You could start handicapping.
I'm proud I was right about that one.
Yeah. I mean, that team, it's kind of weird, or it's really weird that they lost 6 of 8 in the regular season, how dominant they were throughout this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I know the Big East is a good conference. I feel like the top 4 in the Big East could play in any conference, so it's a good conference. They lost some tough games, but, shout out to them for, winning the national championship.
Yeah, a lot of fun. You know a lot about the NCAA tournament, having been there a few times yourself. Just a little, information for Auburn fans or maybe other schools. Are you going to try to keep your eligibility there, or are you all in on going to the NBA? Or are you leaving open the possibility, if I don't hear what I like, I will go back to college basketball?
Nah, in the position I'm in right now, I think it's just all in, so, not using my eligibility anymore and just seeing where it takes me.
Yeah, I'm interested on the feedback you're getting. And from talking to whether you're true representatives or some NBA scouts, what's the feedback you're getting, and what's the next step? We know so much about at least I do, so much about how the NFL works with the combines and such like that. What is next for you? Do you do personal workouts? Is there a combine you get invited to? Is there games you go to? Explain that for the Auburn fans who will be cheering for you at the next level.
Well, right now, where I'm at, I'm just working out, staying in the gym. I'm still in school right now, so I'm still in Auburn. And then after that, I'm going to go train. And then, if teams reach out, to my agent, then I'll go work out for them. And then, when the draft happens, and hopefully play for a summer league team and just take it from there, But right now, my main goal is just staying in the gym and getting better.
Wendell Green is with us. He's joined us throughout the NCAA tournament, courtesy of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. You've been focused on basketball. Keep that focus on keeping your vehicle in the top shape. ASE certified mechanics at Vulcan Tire and Automotive have the winning service for your family's vehicles. Learn more at vulcantireandauto.com. When you announced you were going to the draft, Bruce Pearl retweeted your announcement and said some nice things about you. Your father responded with an LOL, which has led some to believe there's some bad blood there between you or your dad and Bruce Pearl. Can you speak to that, what your relationship is like with Coach Pearl?
Good relationship. I appreciate him and Auburn, for just giving me that opportunity on the platform, playing in the SEC. It's something I never thought of. I was just at Eastern Kentucky, 2 years ago. So no bad blood with me. I can't. My dad, he does what he does, but, I appreciate him. That's my number one supporter. He comes to every game, no matter if it's in Seattle, USC, Cancun. So that's my number one supporter. So he's always going to have my back. He can tweet out there what he wants to tweet out there. So that's on him, and people just going to have to talk to him about that. But with me, I'm just very appreciative of Auburn and the opportunity, they gave me, and to win the SEC championship, be number one in the country, and to individually be all SEC, Bob Cousy, so I can't be nothing but appreciative of the Auburn fan base, Coach Pearl for giving me the opportunity and my teammates.
Would you say, though, that maybe your father's relationship with Bruce Pearl has changed since the time you were recruited from Eastern Kentucky to where you are right now?
It's a lot of things that, happen behind the scenes that a lot of people don't know about. But, I don't think the relationship changes. Maybe, maybe not. That's on my dad and Coach Pearl. I just know where I'm at, with everything. And, I appreciate everybody at Auburn. So, that's on them too.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming on with us as you have throughout this and the relationship we've had. You've been very nice with your time, and we appreciate that so much. I want to ask you your favorite Auburn memory as you leave. Is there one game that pops out, one moment in time, if dare I say one shining moment for you, that if someone ever says to you when you're a grandpa and you're sitting on the front porch, what was your favorite memory playing for Auburn, what would that be, Wendell?
I would have to say, I think it's two for me, one last year and one that just happened this year. I think the first one is just, when we played South Carolina at home, the last home game of the season, and we knew we had to win that one or we was going to tie for the championship with Tennessee, I think it was. And just winning that SEC championship and seeing my dad, on the court and hugging him after with all the confetti, I think that was, and all my teammates celebrating, I think that was probably my biggest memory, just because it was something that, that's something you dream of, going to the SEC, win that championship, playing at Auburn, and then this year, I think the main memory was when we beat Tennessee at home, the last game of the season. I think that was a game like we had to win, to make the tournament and to keep our season going and just to keep our confidence going. And that was just a big win against a top 15 team.
I got to ask you before you go, though, man, that at Knoxville this year, that 3 at the end of the game, were you fouled or not fouled? You can comment about that now.
I was most definitely
fouled. We asked Amari Burnett the same thing, or Lance did yesterday. Other than basketball, other than athletics and your teammates and all that, what's the thing you'll miss most about Auburn as you depart soon?
Just the fan love, they treat me great out here, myself and my teammates. But the fan love is the number one thing. I know they still gonna be supporting me, some of the fans. So, but that's the number one thing, just walking around and just feeling love everywhere you go. Kids coming up to you, older people coming up to you, adults coming up to you. So I think that's the number one thing is just, the fan love. It makes you feel like a celebrity out here. But it's just fun, and I love it, and I can't thank Auburn more.
Yeah. Dunaway needs your T-shirt.
Wait a second. I like that T-shirt.
No, that's what I said.
Anti-social social club.
Yeah, I mean, that describes this guy to my left. That describes him to an absolute T, Wendell.
Yeah, I got to go get some. This is not my T-shirt, but it's a good little brand.
Okay,
So,
all right.
I'll be honest with you. There are times I like being social. There are times I like being by myself. I like being antisocial sometimes. You're the same way?
Yeah, I do for sure. I like to stick to myself sometimes, but, I'm pretty outgoing once you get to know me. So
yeah. Jim's kind of the same way. He does not have the handle you have, but he's got that going for him. Wendell, thank you very much for the time and joining us throughout the tournament. It's been a pleasure talking to you and getting to know you more. We wish you all the very best in your pursuit of the NBA.
I appreciate you guys for this opportunity. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Wendell. Take care of yourself, man. Wendell Green has been with us through the tournament, courtesy of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Don't forget, as basketball has ended now, it's time to focus on that car. Get the best in greater Birmingham area service from Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in Birmingham. Learn more at VulcanTireandAuto.com. Like all of our guests, Wendell appeared on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
I'm not as well versed in college baseball as I should be probably doing this job, but I saw Auburn fans yesterday sort of clapping back at their own bullpen yesterday. Midweek games are midweek games. They don't really, in the big scheme of things, in the end, they don't really mean a whole lot. Midweek games, you pitch a lot of guys. You don't pitch on the weekends when you're trying to win SEC games or conference games, Conference USA games for UAB. But last night at Regions, UAB walks off a win against Auburn 6-5. And all I thought about was Auburn's bullpen because all the fans were talking about UAB's going to win this game because our bullpen has been struggling lately. And, I can only imagine about midweek bullpens. But a big win for UAB last night as they beat Auburn 6-5. Henry Hunter with the walk-off for UAB. Alabama ended up beating Troy 10-2, some midweek baseball. Auburn gets Texas A&M at home. Alabama gets Mississippi State. Thursday through Saturday games coming up this week because of Easter Sunday. They're going to play the games all Thursday through Saturday.
And let me be clear. I wasn't necessarily asking Wendell to defend what his dad said. I mean, I would never do that. His dad is his own man. Wendell is his own man. But there was the perception that there was bad blood between the Green family, at least. Maybe not Wendell Jr., but Wendell Sr.
Do you still have the tweet portion?
And Bruce Pearl. So, I just wanted to give Wendell a chance to clear that up. I mean, my interpretation of Wendell's answer is, I'm fine with Coach. My dad might not be. I mean, that's what that sounded like to me.
That's what it sounded like to me, too.
Yeah.
I mean,
but that's fine.
He tweeted LOL after, very nice things that Bruce tweeted about Wendell Green. And listen, that can be true, right? Dads can have different opinions than sons.
Sure. But it just looked like there was some bad blood there when Bruce says very nice things and your dad responds LOL. I mean, I just didn't know. I mean, we asked Amari Burnett the same thing about his relationship with Nate Oates because it seemed like, maybe when Amari said, if I'm welcome back with open arms, which indicates maybe you didn't have a great relationship there, and Amari cleared that up. So I thought Wendell needed to clear this up. I am a little bit surprised. I like Wendell. I'm pulling for Wendell. I don't know what his NBA prospects look like. I am a little bit surprised that he's not leaving the door open to come back somewhere in college. He said, I am all in. So
that surprised me too. That's why I asked that because, you can, the way the rules are set up, you can go deep into this process, get a really good feel on where you're going to be picked. And if you don't like it, if you've kept your options open, you can go back and play. And I don't even expect him to go back to Auburn, just somewhere to play college basketball. But he says, I am all in on being a professional now. And he's bet on himself before, and he's betting on himself again.
Yeah, Lance, there are more options than ever with the G League, with all the attractive overseas options. I mean,
no, I get that, but why would you not leave the door open just in case you got an offer? I mean, look, obviously he's good enough to play at Auburn. He's good enough to play at a lot of programs.
I guess the other side of that coin would be what more. I mean, I've played at Auburn quite a while now. I've played at Eastern Kentucky. They got film on me. If I'm not ready for the NBA right now, what am I going to do at Auburn next year to get ready for the NBA?
That's right. I mean, some of these guys are playing 5 or 6 years, and if you think you're going to even have a shot at playing professional basketball, then your clock's ticking. And to your point, at some point, you get tired of playing college basketball. If you're, a guy who's going to make big NIL money, you're making a business decision that I'm going to make more money staying at my school instead of going pro. I can stay at my school. Oscar Tshiebwe did that. And I don't know, maybe he does it again. I don't know. Oscar Tshiebwe can keep coming back for a while. Drew Timme, ironically, I think still has one more year left.
I don't know if Timme does.
I think I saw somewhere he still has one more year left, which may be shocking to me because he's 30-something, I think. But Tshiebwe may. I mean, those guys, the NBA has changed so much that certain players you think that are automatic going to the NBA have been coming back saying, I can make more money right now, guaranteed, staying at my school. And I don't know if that was open to Wendell either. There's a great player coming in. I don't have his name written down today, but I had it yesterday. Aiden somebody, right? Holloway, is that right? Aiden Holloway, who I saw shooting lights out at the Portland Trailblazers facilities, using that facility out in Portland. He's coming in. He's a McDonald's All-American. He's going to run the point at Auburn. And so, there's probably, his playing time was going to change. His role was going to change a little bit.
Timme's only played 4 years. I mean, he gets that 5th COVID year, so he's got eligibility.
And he's a guy that will probably be he'll be a late first round guy. But again, you're right. I mean, maybe he can make not more in NIL, but enough in NIL to keep him there to continue. Because what he really needs to develop, I mean, he doesn't have bad handle for his size. He needs to develop a little more range.
Yeah, good footwork too. I mean,
great
when
footwork.
he uses that drop step, he's very difficult to defend.
Jim Ratt, big motor. We're going scout stuff now.
I gave him a legit compliment. I think he's got good footwork, man.
All right, some more to get to. Wendell is always on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline, as well as our guest star. And the show being brought to you by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com. Up the road, 2 great locations just off I-65 between here and Nashville.
Exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. They've got the Clean Sweep RV Sales event going in the month of April. Any leftovers 2022s, and there are a few, they are getting rid of those, and you are the beneficiary of that. They've got some Coachman Prisms, some Sunseeker motorhomes that are available at deep, deep discounts. Now, you can see, because it's the 2022s, there might be some in Decatur, some in Coleman. You need to check both places to see what you want. You can do that at JohnstonRVCenter.com. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Wendell just tweeting out, thank you, Next Round Live, for the opportunity to use my voice over the last few weeks. Much appreciated. Rex says, good luck at the next level, Wendell. We'll miss you. Don't be a stranger. War damn Eagle. Mackenzie writes in, War Eagle forever, Wendell. Hope the best for you on your next journey. We'll be supporting you and cheering you on forever. Wendell, we appreciate you tweeting out and being with us the last few weeks. All right, when we come back, let's do this. Let's put not to bed, but I'll give you the next chapter in the Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese story that came down yesterday. And a little baseball news. Good win for the Braves again yesterday, 4-1. That's all coming up right here on the show. That is brought to you in part, proudly, by folks at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We got some poll questions out. We'll check in on the results of yesterday's poll that had Brown maybe on the wrong side of you folks when it comes to UConn as Blue Bloods. That's next on TNR.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with a Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Had a little late golf yesterday afternoon, and just a beautiful day outside. And someone said, Jim, have you lost some weight?
Well, Jim, have you?
I have.
How much, Jim?
7 pounds now today.
Wow, look at that.
So what is the overall weight, 193?
197.
Okay.
I had puffed up to 204. Those chocolate-covered pretzels on the way to Louisville and a lot of other stuff. At Louisville had packed it on, but our friends at Weight Wellness helping me drop a few pounds in time for my vacation coming up later this month, where apparently my vacation is going to be a relaxing day of hiking every day in the mountains in the desert of Arizona. Sounds relaxing. Looking forward to that vacation trip later on with my wife. And then this summer, pool time at LT's or down at the beach with all you folks, or the next trip to the Floribama. Want to drop a few pounds? If you want to jumpstart your weight loss journey, you can do it with our friends at Weight Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Just go to this website, aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com. You just go in there and tell them what you want to do. I walked in a few weeks ago and I said, listen, Leslie, we've done this before, but there's a chance I'm going to lose this bracket challenge and I'm going to have to pose without my shirt on for 12 months. 12 pictures for a calendar. And she said, whew, I don't know if we can get it done by the end of the tournament, Jim, but we'll try to do our best. 7 pounds down and hopefully a lot more to come. It's so easy to do. Find out how you can start losing weight. But the best part, blood pressure in check, cholesterol numbers in check. They work with you on that as well. The website is aplanforme.com. Planforme.com. Weight Wellness, your journey to healthy living. No contracts, no sign-up fees. And your first consultation is absolutely free. Caitlin Clark with the perfect answer yesterday. When asked about Angel Reese, she said she should not be criticized for her actions, that she, as a competitor, just like I am, doesn't understand why everybody was upset.
I hate to tell her that ship has sailed. She's been criticized or defended for 2 days. It would have been nice if somebody had been able to go to Caitlin Clark and say, hey, were you upset about that? No, then it's a non-story at that point. Now, I agree. She said some nice things there. Probably not much else she could say.
No.
I don't know how else you answer that question.
But I do like how she answered the White House question, too.
Yeah. The White House, if you don't know, Jill Biden says not only LSU, I think we should invite Iowa, too, because they played so hard. Caitlin Clark said, with all due respect to the First Lady, I would recommend we decline an invitation to go to the White House as the runner-up. And I think as competitors, we all appreciate that, right?
You think Caitlin Clark ever thought she was going to have to comment on White House policy?
No. And the fact that, hey, look, I might get an invite and I'm not going to go.
Yeah, really.
But she did say, quote, that's for LSU.
Yeah. I mean, good for her. She handled all that the right way.
Well, and we're going to get 2 more years of Caitlin Clark.
Yep.
Yeah, she has said at least 1 more year, but she enjoys the college game so much that she could see herself playing until she's out of eligibility.
Well, and I could realistically see her make more NIL than she'll make in the WNBA.
Yeah, WNBA money's nowhere close to NBA money, and the options aren't there either. I mean, I would assume she could play in the WNBA. I don't really know that product well, but I assume there's a spot for her there. But if she, in the event Wendell doesn't make the NBA, he's got tons of options. You make that choice in women's basketball, you're out of options, basically.
Yeah, there's no real G League for the women, right?
No, and I guess I think there's European women basketball.
Oh, there is. There's some. In fact, for a long time, early days of the WNBA, you could make more money internationally playing in women's pro sports than you could in America. I do think that has changed now. But isn't the reason Brittany Griner, and I'm speaking out of turn here, but I think the reason she was in Russia was that she was playing for a Russian league.
I think you're right about that,
yeah. So she was sort of double dipping, playing in Russia, playing in the WNBA, right? So I think you do have to basically hold down 2 jobs.
Probably so.
I mean, do you want to know your highest paid player in the WNBA this year?
Sure.
I've never even heard of this. Jewel Lloyd with Seattle.
She makes
$231,000.
Yeah. So see, I guarantee you, Caitlin Clark can make that at Iowa next year.
I would think so.
Easy.
Oh, 100. Just in endorsements.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, in NIL, easy $230,000.
All right. So that basketball story put to bed there. Baseball, an amazing thing happened yesterday. We played a Major League Baseball game
in an hour and a half,
less than 2 hours. 1 hour.
That was close.
1 hour and 57 minutes. A Major League Baseball game was played between the Marlins and the Twins. Marlins win it 1-0. Early in the year here, Sandy Alcantara has a complete game shutout. And it's a 1-0 game over the Twins, who were unbeaten. Hour 57. And at some point, we got to ask the question, is that too fast?
I heard a fan the other day, and I forgot what game it was. He was like, it took me an hour and a half to get here, and I get to watch 2 hours of baseball.
That's the drawback. On TV, it's great, Lance. Like, if you told me every Major League Baseball game lasted right at 2 hours, I'd probably watch more of an entire game on TV.
Yeah, and the people who are watching or say the game's a lot more enjoyable to watch. I've yet to watch my first Major League Baseball game of the year.
I'm with you.
Bobby's bringing up a great point. Greg Maddux used to do hour 57s. They would get after it back in the Braves' heydays. Those pitchers were. They worked really, really fast. That had slipped over the years, Bobby. And I'm sure back in the day, Bob Gibson and some of those guys would throw minus 2 hour games. But the trips to Auburn and Tuscaloosa, the hour drive to Tuscaloosa, the hour and a half, 2 hour drive to Auburn, for football, because you're there all day long, you tailgate a long time, the games are longer, you do something afterwards. But there's been a lot of midweek decisions people make. I'm not going to drive 2 hours from Birmingham to Auburn for a basketball game to be there 2 hours and then drive 2 hours back.
Yeah,
4 hours in the car for 2 hours at the arena.
So I remember as a kid, a couple times this summer, we'd go over to Fulton County from Anniston, and it would take, it's an all-day event. You'd leave, you got to get parked, you want to leave time to eat something.
The good news is you only got about an hour and a half.
Yeah, it was an hour and a half drive, from Anniston to Fulton County Stadium. But, by the time you get over there and get parked, leave time to get something to eat, you've probably got 2.5 hours invested in that. And then an hour and a half, 2 hours home. The thing was you spent 3.5 hours at the ballpark at that point, right? And then maybe stayed for the Beach Boys concert after the Dodgers game. But you don't do that anymore. That is a lot. I mean, you think you go from Birmingham to Atlanta for a Braves game, you've got 2.5 hours invested just in the drive over.
Driving and parking. So that's roughly 5 hours round trip for a 2-hour game.
And think about somebody that leaves early like me.
Yeah, you only get to see an hour and 15 minutes of action.
I mean, you barely get anything from the concession stand by the time you're ready to leave. God, is it the 5th inning already?
Yeah.
Let's go, guys.
I know we need to do something here. Jeff Passan, I thought, had some interesting numbers, though.
Will you give it to us on the other side of
Sure.
our friends at Hemp Hill? Adam and Chad, they bring you the lock every day. LT's dialed into a little baseball right now with his locks and little NBA action tonight, including Clippers and Lakers out in Los Angeles, 9 o'clock on ESPN. Both those teams are 41-38, trying to secure a spot not in the play-in game.
Hey, spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemp Hill Services offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent Train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
So through the first 50 games, which I think got you through this weekend or through Monday, Jeff Passan of ESPN broke it down. They have shaved 30 minutes a game off on average. Your average game this year is 238. Your average game last year was 309. The interesting thing is, through 50 games, just about all the offensive numbers have gone up. Your batting average on average was 245. Last year it was 230 through 50 games.
So more balls in play.
Much more stolen bases. That was the big change in the bases.
Figured that would be.
Yeah. So
who would have thought just a few inches would make a difference, Rockstar?
8-inch seam yesterday.
Yeah. Jim had an 8-inch inseam. Yeah.
But the bigger bases, you get a fewer pit throw-overs.
More to grab onto.
Bigger lead.
That's right.
And then you're a little quicker to the other side.
So last year in 2022, through 50 games, there were 43 stolen base attempts. There were 84, almost double through the first 50 games. The interesting thing is base stealers were 29 of 43 through 50 games last year, 67%. They're 70 of 84, 83%.
Yeah, not surprising.
I mean,
every play.
They've incentivized base stealing now.
Is bang, bang when you have a guy trying to steal a base.
83% is crazy. Now, through 50 games, would you like to guess how many pitch clock violations there were through 50?
I would say
3.
40.
Huh?
40.
Wow.
40. Almost one per game is what Jeff Passan reported.
Yeah, I think there'll be an adjustment there.
Yeah.
Chase says, I like baseball in person, just not a great TV product. I think that's what they're working on, Chase, trying to get the TV numbers up. And those that are watching saying it's a very different thing. Bobby makes a great point. The way the Braves built their stadium, a lot of great amenities around there, and a lot of people go and stay in the hotels around the area and make the trip to a game, maybe two, before they drive back over. And Bobby says the shorter games, just think of how much money you're saving from buying the $20 beers that you're there, that you could go spend money elsewhere.
Is it Major League wide that's the 7th inning last call?
I think it is.
So
top of the 7th.
Basically, if a game lasts an hour, 50-some-odd minutes, you've got roughly an hour and 10 minutes to buy and drink beer.
Again, get their batting practice.
I mean, think about that.
Top of the hour here. When we come back, a little feud between a quarterback and a coach. We'll talk about that in a little. NFL likely trade rumors of 5 athletes from our friends at the Bleacher Report. The show being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie. We'll get into some odds a little bit later on as the Masters go round 1 tomorrow, and maybe a bet that could be bet, should be bet. Would it be smart to bet that money? MyBookie.ag, the place to do it.
Well, right now at MyBookie.ag, Scotty Scheffler is the slight favorite over Rory McIlroy and then John Rahm to put on a green jacket and win the Masters. That's the defending champ. You can play that right now at MyBookie.ag. Code next round when you go to MyBookie.ag. That is going to make you eligible for a deposit bonus the first time you go, and you use code next round up to $2,000. $2,000 of a deposit bonus up to it when you go to mybookie.ag and use code next round. I mentioned the Masters. We've talked a lot of baseball here. The NBA playoffs are coming up. UFC fights, weekly blackjack tournaments. All of that right now available at mybookie.ag. Do not forget to use code NEXTROUND when you go there to sign up, and you're eligible for that sign-up bonus up to $2,000. All you got to do is bet it once, and it's yours forever, no strings attached. Mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter at JLuntz.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
April showers bring May flowers, but they also bring flood damage to your home or business. If that happens to you, DryTech is ready to help. Call DryTech first, not the insurance company. DryTech responds quickly and has 5 crews ready to work for you. Remember the DryTech number, 205-637-0143, or online at mydrytech.com. Remember, DryTech goes to work for you, not the insurance company. So if you have flood or fire damage to your home or business, call DryTech immediately, 205-637-0143.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1, or call Waynes.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Okay, I don't know about you guys, but I love this number right here, 143. It just gets smaller and smaller. Whenever I usually start around 205, putting it on my call sheet every day, but 143 for week 0 of college football. We're just 103 days away from SEC Media Days. A couple of spring games happening this week. Auburn goes Saturday at 1 o'clock down at Jordan-Hare. Thursday night, though, as we've been telling you, UAB in action Thursday night. Couple of things you should know. Parking for your tailgating, if you want to, goes at 3. The Protective Stadium gates will open at 4:30. The game will kick at 6 or shortly thereafter at Protective on Thursday night. More from Hugh Freeze coming up a little bit later on in the show. And also a couple of things from Lane Kiffin of interest later in the show. But right now, the conversation continues with our headlines being brought to you by our friends at Harbin's Outdoors.
Harbin's Outdoors, award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Again, a decade ago, I got a pool done, and there were so many different we'll call them cooks in the kitchen. It was an absolute hassle. It took over 4 months to get the entire project done. Jeremy and his team, they are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbins does it all, from the install to the lighting, final hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Call them today for all of your landscaping needs.
By the way, you Braves fans know this, that you don't like the Mets. That goes way back for a long, long time. I got some numbers here, Forrester. 2 of these numbers are important to the New York Mets. 2 of these numbers now, Did
you just do a series? Did all these numbers have interest, or you've just hidden the numbers that do?
2 of them of interest.
Okay.
One of them is the number of pitchers they have on the injured list already, and one of them is the number of games they have played.
The games played, Lance,
is going to be 6.
That's going to be 6. I'm going to say 3 pitchers on the injured list.
I'll do 15 pitchers.
I think Brown is dead on at 6-3.
6-3, Jim.
6 games is correct.
Right.
They've already got 9
No,
pitchers.
they don't.
9 pitchers.
How about Rockstar was closer?
On the injured list.
Yeah.
6 games, 9 pitchers
How do they
on the
have
injured
9
list.
pitchers?
Yeah, it's insane. Another pitcher on the injured list yesterday. The Mets already have 9 pitchers. Not 9 players, 9 pitchers on the injured list.
So you just decided to do intervals of 3 and let us guess from there.
Yeah, I'm a
simple mind.
savant at throwing out topics here for you. But when I saw that the Mets had 9 pitchers on the injured list through 6 games, you got to think trends, angles, and reputations are what they are. You even said it before the season starts. Everyone's on the Mets on this big payroll. Let's see how healthy they are. 6 games in, they've got 9 arms on the IL.
Yeah, and, when you look at that NL East, I mean, the Phillies represented the National League last year. A lot of people believe the Braves are the best team in the National League this year. The Phillies are sitting at 1-4. And the Mets, 3-3 right now. That's actually not bad. I mean, considering Scherzer got completely blown up.
Yep.
And for Verlander to be on the DL right now with 8 other guys, a 3-3 start is not terrible.
I can't believe it's that many. I mean, I knew obviously they lost their closer in the World Baseball Classic, and I knew about Verlander.
Atlanta 4-1 winners over St. Louis yesterday. And then we get to the NFL story that everyone seems to be talking about. Mac Jones, former Alabama national championship winning quarterback, being shopped around by Bill Belichick because apparently their relationship has been fractured a little bit. But apparently so too has the relationship between Bill Belichick and owner Robert Kraft. Kraft is pro Mac Jones. In fact, one source, Florio, says Kraft would let Belichick trade Mac Jones away over his, quote, dead body.
Right.
Which probably is closer than Robert wants to admit. But Bill apparently, for a variety of reasons, some of it is actual performance on the field, was upset last year when Mac Jones reached back to Alabama coaches to ask about offenses, how to approach offensive football, things like that, and that rubbed Bill Belichick the wrong way. I assume it was Steve Sarkisian, who's now at Texas, he was reaching out to. Maybe, I don't think it would be Nick Saban.
Could it have been Bill O'Brien?
Could have been Bill O'Brien, who, by the way, is now at New England, so that shouldn't have bothered him at all.
I would think the easy way to sum this up for Mac is, look, if you can go out and you can get a Jerry Jeudy and a Jalen Waddle and a Henry Ruggs and a Devontae Smith.
Yeah, do it. If you can do that, do it.
I mean, that's really what you're missing from New England. Look, he had a Pro Bowl year his rookie season. I mean, the numbers were good. He kind of hit a wall that second half. First half, he played tremendous football. And then last year was he just doesn't have a lot around him. And I don't really know. And I saw this morning they were asking Teddy Bruschi on Get Up, is it going to be, I forgot how they phrased it, a bump back year or a I forgot. Anyway.
Bump or bust.
Step back year or
something like that. But yeah, he thinks it will be a step forward year.
Now, some of this was Bill Belichick being a little obtuse and in his coordinator situation. And that, I mean, Bill Belichick may be the best to have ever done it. All right, I'm not going to argue that one.
That was a bad experiment last year.
That was a terrible experiment last year.
As Volfan 205, to be fair, the Patriots did have a defensive coordinator calling offensive plays.
I mean, it didn't make any sense, Lance. I mean, Matt Patricia. It just didn't make any sense whatsoever. And that's just, it feels like just Bill Belichick being Bill Belichick for I don't know why. Why do you want to do it that way?
Yeah, and listen, I know you don't want it to happen, LT, but they're actually complimenting Sean McVay. Blake and Brody says, what would Mac Jones look like in a Sean McVay offense? Or just take McVay out of it, just somebody who is known to be a great play caller. What would Mac look like? Do you think he has the skill set to be an NFL quarterback?
Yeah, look, I think he's a really accurate, guy. I mean, when you go back to 2020, I mean, some of the throws he made and some of the deep throws he made. But again, Mac's a guy that's not mobile, so you're going to need a good offensive line, one thing the Rams did not have last year. But, yeah, I think with the right weapons and the right system, I think Mac Jones can be a good quarterback. I don't know if he's going to be – I think his ceiling is Kirk Cousins. But Kirk Cousins, with enough around him, is good enough to get you to a Super Bowl.
Kirk Cousins was a 2-seed this year.
Yeah.
Now, I think they were a fraud of a 2-seed, but, I mean, the record was what the record was, right? I mean, that's who they were.
But that's who I would compare him to. Now, I'll say this. If he stays in New England, which I still think that will get worked out, and Aaron Rodgers comes over to the Jets, I mean, you have got a gap in quarterbacks because you've got Josh Allen, you've got a healthy Tua, hopefully.
Right.
You've got Aaron Rodgers, and you've got Mac.
You're definitely number 4 in the division at quarterback.
And it looks like you're number 4 in the rosters, too. I mean,
it does appear that, yeah.
I mean, forget just the quarterback. I would put the Patriots as the worst roster in that division at that point.
I'm far more intrigued by Bill Belichick potentially finishing his career elsewhere, which was the other half of that report, that he and Kraft have had such a falling out that Belichick may actually finish his career elsewhere, which is something, I'm not going to tell you it breaks my heart as a Dolphins fan, but it is also something I never envisioned.
Yeah, but would you rather him finish somewhere else or stay there and suffer and have some basement years?
I mean, I don't know where the somewhere else is.
I guess you're asking Brown, is he pro-Belichick or anti-Belichick? He would rather see him stay there and suffer.
I'd rather see him take every bit of suffering because I think
he had too many good years. Too many good years.
His divisional record, though, I don't have it in front of me. So what? They play 6 division games every year, right? Yep. So that's 18. Brady's been going 3 years. Is that 18? Am I right about that? Brady's been going 3 years or 2 years?
3 years.
3 years.
Yeah. Super Bowl, not Super Bowl,
and then bad year.
So I'll give it to you right now.
Division champions.
No, I think Lance. I think it's 3-16 in division.
He was 3-3 in division last year.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, you're going to be wrong on that.
Yeah, but it's not a great in division record since Brady walked away. I mean, that division has changed without Tom Brady. I just don't know where Belichick could end his career. I mean, you'd have to have. And the guy is not going to go take a job like DeMeco Ryans just did, I would not think. I mean, would you see him taking over a Houston Texans type situation? But there again, you're talking about one of the best that ever did it. So I think a lot of franchises would be like, hey, I'll take Bill Belichick's last 5 years of his career. Sure, give it to me.
So he is 8-12.
8-12 in division since Brady walked away.
Yeah.
Not great.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a division they used to own.
That's right.
You started almost saying, okay, well, they're 6-0 in division. Where else are they going to win and lose?
I think we always said 5-1. Well, they will lose somewhere.
Yeah, they were always bad in the Miami game in Miami, especially if it was late in the year.
How about this? I mean, you hear him and Saban sometimes together talk about those Cleveland years.
Yeah.
And just how special the Cleveland years were to them as young guys and young coaches together, and the staff that they loved so much. You almost wonder if he was going to go somewhere else and end it. You could see a door opening up in Cleveland where they've underachieved a little bit. They paid a lot for Deshaun Watson. They probably could use some guidance.
Yeah, here's the thing you want to watch out for. Bill Belichick now is 71. I think 71.
Is he that old?
71?
I think he's a year younger than Saban.
So he's 70. The last thing he wants to do is taint that legacy. I mean, he is right now the greatest coach in NFL history. He hangs on a couple more years. I mean, the last 3 years, he's not only 4 games under in division, He is 500 right now.
Yeah.
His record over the last 3 years is 500, and people are going to look back, and right or wrong, they're going to say this was Tom Brady. It wasn't Bill Belichick.
But the types of jobs that he could win at to not taint his career just don't come open that often. I mean, bad jobs are generally what comes open in the NFL.
Chris says Belichick could be a great analyst on Monday Night Football. He does a laughing emoji over there, so Chris dialed in on that one perfectly. Bob, Saban adjusts with the times. Belichick does not.
It did not seem like he did. It seemed like when he lost Brady, he couldn't find his North Star. Now, it's harder to do in the NFL, by the way.
Yeah.
When you lose the greatest quarterback ever to play, to replace him with somebody that is, I mean, in a lot of ways, Mac Jones was set up for failure. But it's so much easier to do in college football. I mean, Nick Saban loses, Tua Tagovailoa, he goes to Mac Jones. He loses Mac Jones. He goes to maybe the best quarterbacks ever played at Alabama, Bryce Young. Way easier to do that in college football than it is the NFL.
As Mike Florio points out, though, he had no problem letting Tom Brady leave. Him letting Mac Jones leave will be a lot easier Band-Aid to pull off than it was letting Tom Brady walk out the door.
It will be, but I mean, as Lance pointed out, the clock's ticking, and you don't win in the NFL without good quarterback play. So who's the replacement? I mean, the report is they want to trade him so they can get capital to move up and draft one of these guys, right?
That's right. Yeah, and the teams that are mentioned that they've shopped him to, the Raiders, the Texans, the Buccaneers, and the Commanders. I would say the Raiders are out in need of a quarterback. They've got Garoppolo. Houston's going to draft their quarterback.
They don't need him.
Tampa Bay's in a rebuild mode. I don't think you would gamble on a guy that I think is a coin flip right now on whether or not he's a guy you could go.
But he's your best option.
Mac Jones?
Oh, I mean, to win right now, 100%.
Or your option is just suck next year and have a high pick. I mean, that's the other option there, which is probably what y'all are going to do, right?
Well, I mean, if you're you got salary cap issues and everything that you've got to trade off parts just to get under the cap.
Right.
I mean, it's probably a complete tear down. Couple of years of really sucking and then trying to build up draft capital.
So would you rather go 6?
And then the Commanders, who's got a great defense and some parts on offense that if you got the right quarterback could continue to be a playoff team.
Yeah, and they've just missed. They've had a little below average quarterback play each and every year, and if you could get above average quarterback play, who knows? Again, that NFC East is it's so all over the place all the time.
Yeah, of all those spots for Mac and for the team's benefit, I think Washington would be the best place.
And I'm going to ask myself this same question while I ask you. Would you rather go 6-11 or 7-10 this year, or go 2-15 or 3-14 and have the number 1 overall pick?
Well, if I'm in Jim's situation, I'd rather go 2-15.
Well, I mean, the Rams aren't far away. I mean,
Yeah,
Matt Stafford's 35 this year. It seems like his best football is behind him.
Yeah, no, 2-15.
And get Caleb Williams?
Yeah, or you got to get quarterbacks. So you got Caleb Williams, or you get a lot of draft picks along the way, trading off the Mike Evanses of the world. And just stockpile and get a bunch of picks.
God, I hate a season where you suffer that long.
It's bad.
Most of my existence with the Buccaneers.
Well, me too.
Has been that.
Me too. But it's so painful to, by end of October, you're already out of the playoff race.
The Bleacher Report has 5 players likely to be traded before or during the NFL draft coming up later this month. I'll tell you those after LT tells you about our friends at Bromberg's. Never trade down in the diamond industry. You want the best diamond. When it's time to pop the question, the best diamond place is Bromberg's.
Yeah, color, cut, clarity. Look, they're your diamond specialist. I mean, they can get you exactly what you want. It's 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. Nothing like getting or giving that silver box. Since 1836, family owned and operated. The oldest, longest running standing business right now in the state of Alabama is our friends at Bromberg's. And Bromberg's is thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. Oris, founded in the Swiss town of Holstein back in 1904. Today, Oris, one of the small handful of Swiss watch brands that makes only mechanical watches. Mechanical watch, thing of beauty, designed according to the principles that have been around for generations and will continue long into the future. To see them up close and personal, go to that Summit store today or go online, brombergs.com, watches/Oris.
From our friends at Bleacher Report, DeAndre Hopkins has been talked about for a long time. He's on the wrong side of 30, only a few good years left, so DeAndre Hopkins is one guy as well. Austin Eckler, who is a points machine for the Chargers, he's 27. He's not happy with being underpaid in L.A. with the Chargers. Bleacher Report says he's one guy to likely be traded as well. Would you be interested in Eckler? If you're an NFL team, yes. If you're a contender, he could be the part that gets you over the hump.
Dude, Austin Eckler is what you would call a Swiss Army knife. He can do so many different things. You know, he's a little undersized when you talk about height at 5'10", but he's 200 pounds. He's kind of built like a little bowling ball, and he seems to get better each and every year.
Allen Robinson mentioned from your Rams as a possible trade before the NFL draft.
Yeah, I think Allen Robinson's a good receiver. It just didn't work out for whatever reason in L.A., and a lot of that had to do with Stafford going on the shelf. He didn't really fit that mold as a number 2. But I think Allen Robinson's still got a lot of good football in him.
And these last two are very close to home in the SEC, and I think very interesting. One's at a position that seems to be almost disposable. That is Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who had a great freshman year. But even in the Super Bowl win last year, he was not a big part. He's been banged up. He's been nicked and bruised.
Yeah, Pachinko was the better back for
That's
them.
right.
Yeah.
And he chose, Brown, to know what that relationship is, to appear at the New York Fashion event instead of being at the KC Super Bowl championship parade. Chose to walk the runways in New York.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire did.
Yeah, at Fashion Week, as opposed to being with his teammates in the parade, according to the Bleacher Report. So he's on the wrong side of the clubhouse there in KC.
If you told me you went to Cancun on a vacation, I'd be like, okay, I kind of see it. But to walk at Fashion Week?
Well, I mean, do you think a guy like Edwards-Helaire has a better opportunity to hang out with somebody fun at Fashion Week or at the Kansas City Parade?
Fashion Week, yeah. But
Kansas City Parade probably get his pick of the litter too.
Yeah, I don't think he's hurting in either spot, honestly.
Need to spend time with teammates when that's right. And then the last guy is former Alabama receiver Jerry Jeudy. And if you read the stories about this, and Sean Payton has been out there saying, we're not trading Jerry Jeudy. But he's doing that to make sure people know that Jerry Jeudy is still a wanted quality wide receiver. They've just got such good receiver depth in Denver, and they need a lot of other parts. The buzz, according to the Bleacher Report around the league, is that Jeudy is such a valuable commodity that they could get several picks for him, and that would help the overall rebuild of the Denver Broncos. So that's an interesting name to watch. Sometimes, some of these others, like Clyde Edwards-Helaire, I don't know what you could get for him. Allen Robinson, you like. Eckler's good.
Yeah, Eckler's the best of the bunch.
I don't know what you get for Hopkins, but Jeudy apparently stock is so good, they think they could get several quality picks for him and do a massive overhaul in Denver.
Well, again, you had a weird year with Russell Wilson, and that whole experiment did not work, at least last year. You got a coach fired, a one-and-done situation. You look at the roster, Cortland Sutton's right there, but I think Jerry Jeudy's got a better future than Cortland Sutton. Tim Patrick is a good option. He's been banged up. The same with KJ Hamler. But the best of the bunch is Jerry Jeudy. I believe Sean Payton. I don't think he wants to get rid of the guy.
Yeah, but if you can get, I don't know what you would get, what you would call a good package. What would be a good package for a guy like Jeudy?
I don't know. I mean, you used number 15 overall for Jeudy just 3 years ago. So, I mean, you've got a lot invested in him right now. And to me, right, when you start to look at...
Nobody's going to give a one-up to get a guy like Jeudy,
There's
right?
only 2 wide receivers for sure that are going to be in this first round. And that is going to be...
Jackson Smith-Njigba.
Smith-Njigba and Jordan Addison. Yeah. And Jordan Addison is going to be back at the first. So this is not a great wide receiver class.
So if you're hurting for, like, the Ravens are apparently all in on Odell Beckham Jr. They've actually offered him a contract, maybe not as much as he wants, to team up possibly with Lamar Jackson. If you're in need of receiver, you may be interested in making a trade to get a guy like Jeudy, then, is what you're telling me. First-round talent.
Yeah, because you just don't have a lot of first-round guys this year. And if I'm Odell, I'm not signing anything with the Ravens until I know Lamar is going to be the quarterback. I mean, if Tyler Huntley's going to be my quarterback and I'm on my last leg to win a Super Bowl and to make more money, That's not where I'm going.
Interesting NFL stuff going on less than a month from the start of the NFL draft out in Kansas City. When we come back, college football, Lane Kiffin and Hugh Freeze, you'll hear from them coming up. We got 4 downs later on. Todd Fuhrman from Vegas joins us at 12 noon today to start the final hour, 12 Central from Vegas, to talk about the Masters and a lot of other stuff, including some futures when it comes to the NFL. We'll talk with Fuhrman about that later in the show. That's being brought to you in part today by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. Montevallo is a wonderful place for your son or daughter to call home for 4 or 5 years of college. But as a parent of a student at Montevallo, and my parents also experienced this when I went to Montevallo, sometimes the price point is as important as anything. You can find a great price point, especially with the quality education and experience you get at Montevallo. It's just a wonderful place where a good price point and a great experience meet. Plus, small classroom sizes going to help your kid academically. 23 Division II fully funded scholarship sports. Everything adds up to a great experience at Montevallo. Find out why you belong at Montevallo today and schedule an in-person tour. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu.
Instagram and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Little college football conversation here. Before Brownie tells us about his remodel in his bathroom, I will tell you Florida picked up a 4-star quarterback. Austin Simmons yesterday, Florida beating out Miami and Texas A&M for 4-star quarterback Austin Simmons there. And Brock Vandagriff, the other quarterback in the quarterback competition at Georgia, was talking this week about how and why he decided not to hit the transfer portal, because everyone is expecting Beck to win the job. He's battling right now. Kirby's not going to probably decide who it is in the spring. Nobody ever does. They'll let it go into camp. But he says, I'm a competitor, and I'm continuing to improve. I learned a lot from Todd Monken. Mike Bobo's here now. I feel like that was also leveling the playing field a little bit for me to compete with Carson. He wanted to stay there and battle. But he is an interesting 5-star quarterback prospect who, if he gets the feeling in this camp, when it's all over with, there's another portal window coming open, he could be an interesting guy if he doesn't think his future is being the starter at Georgia, that he could be a very attractive portal guy.
Well, let me say this, man, about Vandergriff. I totally respect what he's doing, because this isn't the way that quarterbacks play it out anymore. They don't compete. They take their ball, they go to the transfer portal, and they find another place. This is the white buffalo situation that we don't see anymore. With that said, you see how it's played out at Georgia over the last couple of years. We all thought JT Daniels was going to be the guy, and he was for a minute. But then one slight injury, he wasn't 100%. Stetson Bennett got his opportunity, and Stetson Bennett made the most of it. And now people are saying Stetson Bennett is one of the greatest players in Georgia history. So we really don't know how this thing's going to play out. And you're right, even if it plays out the other way and Beck is the guy, this kid's going to have a lot of options.
Jeff, making the point I was making here, Vandergriff, very, very strongly considered Auburn back in the day. And if someone's looking, if someone's looking for a quarterback,
right?
I don't know who may be looking for a quarterback, Brown, but if anyone's looking, hold on.
I'll give you somebody that is the guy that always he starts every soundbite this way, like he's clinging to life.
If anyone's looking for a quarterback.
Right.
If anyone's looking for a quarterback, maybe somebody in the portal.
Somebody that would react that way to a question about quarterbacks.
Yeah. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at A+.
Hey, listen now. Our master bathroom, it was a little bit dated. All right, I'm just going to be honest with you. And I'm also going to be honest with you. At some point, I'm going to have before and after photos. That is not on my wife. That is on me. All right, I'll get those up here, Jim. I promise you.
I'm not interested. Let me put it this way. I'm not anxious to see your bathroom. Actually, I'd like to see the before pictures. You say that it's outdated.
It was
outdated. Like a string that you pulled, like to flush the toilet.
I can beat you on outdated.
No, I know what he's talking about.
It looked like the 90s.
I've been looking at a lot of houses right now, and that's one of the big things that stands out to me. So if you ever want to resell, if you're out there, even before you put your house on the market, this is a smart thing to do, because I walk in a house that's got outdated bathrooms. I want nothing to do with it.
We almost didn't buy our house because of it. But what we said, what everybody says is, we'll buy it and we'll just update the bathroom. Okay, that's the one thing that needed updating.
And now
you put it off.
5 years later.
Yeah, 7 years later. You put it off, you put it off, you put it off. Well, we quit putting it off. Jennifer Brown, I love the fact that you think I have one of those boxes that you pull the string.
Well, you say outdated. Cushion toilet seat.
Pours water in that bin and washes up.
Yeah,
shag carpet.
And you got a towel. You just say, my aunt used to have the cushion toilet seat, and I never really thought anything else. I liked it as a kid, but you think back on it now, and you're like, what did that cushion have in it?
Yeah.
Oof. Hey, anyway. You got an outdated master bath, like Lance said. Maybe you want to sell your home. Maybe you just want a nicer bathroom, which is what we wanted. We're not looking to sell. We probably will eventually. A+ Tile and Home Remodeling. My guy, Brad Bell. One thing he told me is like, you know what? I go to a lot of places that are looking at that one-day bathroom remodel. They come in, a lot of times they just slap a shower over your old one, which sounds disgusting. But you think it's one day, I'm going to pay less for it. And he's like, it blows my mind. But a lot of times the quotes are double what I'm quoting people. You're getting better quality and you're paying less for it. Why would you not call my guy Brad Bell? I'm going to give you his number. From Huntsville to Mobile, from Anniston to Tuscaloosa, all over Alabama, he can help you. 205-422-1758. That's 205-422-1758. If you missed that number, reach out to me. I'll help you out with Brad Bell, A+ Tile and Home Remodeling.
Hey, before the college football conversation, Steph Curry is about to be a co-star in a NBC Universal sitcom, Mr. Throwback.
Oh, I bet this is going to be hilarious.
Well, it's actually
going to be in it.
The writers are from the people who did Happy Endings and the Mindy Project.
Okay. That's Mindy Kaling, right?
Yeah.
Mindy Kaling funny. I never watched the Mindy project? Happy Endings? I have no idea.
She's a very good writer on The Office, I assume.
Yeah.
I mean,
I watched both of these. I should say writers who worked on the Mindy project.
okay.
Mindy Kaling will not be one of them, Brownie. It's going to be the other people that helped Mindy Kaling write the Mindy project.
You know Mindy. Why don't you come write this?
But, you know, Steph has Unanimous Media. He started that in 2018, his media company, the ones that brought us Holy Cow. What was it called? Holy Moly.
Holy Moly.
Holy Moly, the Putt Golf Show.
Yeah.
Holy Moly.
Yeah.
Well, that killed it, didn't it?
It
Well,
did not.
Steph owned
did
that
not.
one.
But Adam Pally, who starred in the Mindy Project and Happy Endings as well with these writers, is going to be the star with Steph Curry. It's called Mr. Throwback, where Pally is going to be now a down-and-out memorabilia salesman, and he's going to reunite with his sixth-grade teammate, who is Steph Curry, and that's going to be all the laughs of the new comedy coming to NBC.
I'll watch 0 minutes of that. No.
Not as much as you watch Holy Moly?
I watched 0 minutes
Do you
of that.
know I did not know this until I think Peter Burns told me this. And Scott Forrester is the biggest Joe Tessitore fan out there. That Joe Tess actually, he and Steph co-own that show. That Joe Tess owns a pretty big production house. And I think he and Steph, I just thought Tessitore was on there because he's an over-the-top announcer, but he actually owned that show, Holy Moly. I did not know he did stuff like that.
Yeah, so he took it to Steph's company and said,
"Yeah, why don't you join up with me?"
I got a terrible idea. Let's do this.
Well, Joe Tess, I mean, I got a few seasons, I guess, but Joe Tess was actually co-owner of the show and owns has a stake in a lot of shows. Like when Peter reeled them off, I'd heard of them, and they would surprise you
What
that Joe
about
Tess is even
Wipeout?
involved in. Now, I don't know about Wipeout.
Yeah.
Was he on there?
No, but that
Oh.
was the one that was probably of that genre the most successful.
Yeah.
And then it eventually jumped the shark too.
Yeah, but I always thought Joe Tess was just like some over-the-top play-by-play guy, but apparently he's a big-time producer and stuff like that. I had no idea.
Well, let me ask you guys this, though. Steph just won another championship last year.
Right.
They've got an outside shot when Wiggins comes back of making some noise in wide open Wild West.
Okay.
Again, this is one thing that bothers me about LeBron. Shouldn't you really focus on your craft?
I mean, you can't do both.
I mean, there's a lot of downtime, right? When it's all said and done. Like when the basketball season is over with, don't you have a few months where you could go shoot this sitcom?
I mean, you got all kinds of side gigs. I could say the same to you. Shouldn't you focus on your craft?
Yeah, a little different. I'm
Wow.
not trying to win us a championship.
Well, I wish you would.
Okay, and I don't even know what the championship here is.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm pretty consistent on what I do.
Okay, but I mean, I think Steph is too, isn't he?
Brown's pushed you in a role player anyway. He's become the star.
Yeah, I know.
You and I are just supporters.
Whatever.
We're just feeding Brown the ball.
But if Steph is
He's
going to
gonna
be
be
any
the
good at this,
before
he's
and
going to
after
have to take acting classes.
Yeah, but these are like people that say,
I bet he doesn't take one
yeah,
acting
I
class.
guarantee you, he shows up with his name and just reads the line. He went that way. But there are people, I mean, this is the same argument with Congress. I can't believe Congress is doing this when we've got a $32 trillion debt. Yeah, Congress can do more than one thing at a time. And I think Steph can too. I mean, what do you think? He's in there watching film 24/7?
I just don't know. Hey, whatever.
Well, he's trying to make money.
Hell, he's got more money than you can count.
Yeah, I know, but people always
But he
want
can be
more.
behind it. He can produce.
Yeah.
It's just like actors want to be musicians.
Yeah.
Musicians want to
You're
be
right.
actors. I'm an expert here. I've already made I want to be more famous on this side too.
I mean, how many years does Steph have
Multi-talented.
left as a player? 5?
I
hard to
think
believe we're having this conversation.
Yeah, he's probably got 3 or 4 or 5. I don't know. Who knows with LeBron the way he is now? I mean, LeBron's having an MVP-like season.
Yeah.
And LeBron's 38 years
And
old.
it's not like
Is he really?
Yeah.
And it's not like Steph's body takes the beating LeBron's does. I mean, LeBron drives the lane an awful lot
Right.
and gets hammered. I
Yeah,
mean,
so
just-
Steph could play for a
Steph
while.
floats around on the perimeter an awful lot.
Also got that car that crawls like a crab.
Again, I'll back up the comments to each their own. I mean, you should be able to do what you want. But if I'm again, much like a Lakers fan, I would rather LeBron concentrate on basketball.
Well, you just said he's playing MVP level, though.
He is.
And he's doing a billion different things.
He is.
I'll go stake. He doesn't finish top 2 in MVP voting.
Who, LeBron?
Oh, I know he won't. He won't finish top 3.
Just trying to reel one in, LT. Joel Embiid goes 52 last night. Now you're betting favorite.
Oh, it's done. I
For
mean,
the
even
NBA
his
MVP.
coach Doc Rivers said it last night, but he's right.
Yeah.
I mean, because Jokic has been out the last 3 games, finally played last night. Played bad.
Yeah.
Bad loss for them.
Yeah, and Embiid dropped 52 on the best team in the East, and the Celtics and the Sixers win last night.
Did people criticize Joe Namath that way, though? Because he was involved in a lot of – I mean, I know it's way
before my
but
time.
you were really, really young. It was an unfair question to you. But Namath was involved in a bunch of stuff other than football. But he got there because they won the Super Bowl, and he was in New York, basically.
I don't know if they criticized him. I know at one point in time, though, that he was sort of the model of what every athlete would want to be because he was making so much money by doing not only the contract he got with the Jets, but the side hustles as well, TV, variety show, movies, and all of that. But I would imagine that the old guard, defensive linemen, offensive linemen, linebackers, and stuff had stuff to say to Joe Namath because he was, Hollywood.
But it cost him a year of his career, didn't it? His involvement with that nightclub, did he not have to sit out a year, or there was a threat that he was going to?
I think he was suspended briefly, but I think he got rid of it and played.
Well, that's because there was mob ties.
Well, there were. It was, Bachelor's 3, I think was the name?
Bachelor's 3.
Yeah, I mean, so think about that. His off-field pursuits was costing him actual playing time.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a legitimate criticism.
Alex Garris and one other player actually missed a season.
Because of that?
Because of
that was gambling.
Some gambling things.
Paul Horning?
I think Namath ended up having to get rid of his ownership. I don't know if he actually missed a season.
But there was a threat of that.
He was suspended at one point.
Yeah. I mean, there was going to be a threat that he was going to miss playing time because of his outside pursuits. So when it becomes that, I agree 100% with you, Lance. When it's an obvious, that was an obvious situation there. You might miss playing time simply because of one of your businesses. Now you've put you over team. But as long as Steph and LeBron continue to perform at a high rate,
Joe Namath, terrible actor. O.J. Simpson, terrible actor. Steph Curry. Who is the best high-profile athlete that has had success?
Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning's actually pretty good in those roles.
No, he's good in commercials.
But he's a legitimately funny guy, huh? Jim Brown?
Jim Brown was all right.
But that was post-career, though.
Yeah, The Rock. The Rock, not that
Yeah, but he would never reach the level to get into this discussion.
Oh, yeah, he did with WWE, if you consider that a sport.
Well, I don't.
What about Macho Man? What about Macho Man, Jeff?
Competitive sports where the outcome is not scripted for you. He's a good actor because that's what he was doing in the ring. He was acting.
Now there's
he
true.
started from Miami, though.
Yeah, but there was an element of acting to what he was doing in the ring.
Yeah,
and he doesn't get to where he is playing football for Miami. It's all because of wrestling.
The guy who did the Flores commercials was an analyst
Merlin
for a
Olsen.
while. Yeah, he was in Little House on the Prairie. I guess he was pretty good.
Yeah, he was okay.
Fred Dreyer was a pretty good actor, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Jim Brown was a 3-time NFL MVP. He was
Lunsford
good.
says Terry Crews.
Terry Crews. So I don't think.
Yeah, but how big of an athlete was Terry Crews?
He played in the NFL.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so did.
But how good of an actor is?
So
Terry
did Carl
Crews?
Weathers.
Well, okay, playing in the NFL isn't a good athlete. I'm sorry.
No, it's a world-class athlete.
No,
He's
I
right.
get it, but I'm talking about
He played for your Rams for a year.
high profile is what I'm saying.
Playing for the Rams is not high profile. You're right. Let's move on.
Boom. He's like a Lunsford back there.
He's pissed off about your WWE coming.
I just think the whole world's pissed off right now. You guys need a little bit more TNR in your life and just love on people. Jeez, everybody upset about everything, Lunsford. Don't bring the heat in here, man.
I bring the truth.
Yeah. Forrester, what are you upset about today on the back row, man? You're just back from Europe. You're just probably happy to be back in freedom.
I'm good, man.
Freedom.
Yeah.
I think he was in free countries.
God bless Americas.
No, Americans. We don't believe any other country in the world is free.
Until you go to Europe.
Food's definitely better here.
Yeah, there you go.
I thought it was supposed to be.
You're just happy to have salt again, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
I thought Paris was supposed to have really good food.
Not from my experience.
Wow.
You didn't get a cordon bleu.
All right. We'll get to that college football when we come back. The show's being brought to you in part by our friends at Redmond Distilling, the fine folks at Redmond Vodka, Charles Barkley's vodka.
Yeah, again, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It is vodka perfection, 8 times distilled. It's gluten-free. It's available at your local package store, including Pink Package and the Beverage Place, also ABC stores. Ask for it by name, available in 22 states. It's Redmond Vodka.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Lane Kiffin queued up and ready to go. Cut number 8 here in just a second, right after Brownie tells us about the great folks at Talladega Super Speedway. Don't miss Brownie telling you that Cole Swindell, if you're a country music fan, you know the name. He is going to be over there with the concert in the infield, man. All you need is a ticket to the event to get in to see this great country music concert.
Heads Carolina, tails California. Is that the way it sounds?
That is one of them.
You like that song?
Yep.
I like that song. I liked the original. Was it Jody Messina that did the original? I can't remember.
I'll check.
I like the original, but his it's not really a cover. I don't know what you call it.
It's a remake.
It is a remake, but he changed. It's not the same lyric. I mean, it's the same lyrics, but only that part. He doesn't just cover the whole song.
Right.
What do you call that, Rockstar? Like when you incorporate lyrics from another song, but you don't just cover the song.
Sampling?
Sampling, yes. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Geico 500 weekend is coming up Friday, April 21 through Sunday, April 23rd. Friday, it starts with a big one on the Boulevard. Then we have got a doubleheader of racing on Saturday, plus Cole Swindell. And then the Geico 500. You cannot ask for a better weekend at Talladega. You can get on board 877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. Don't forget to enhance your race weekend by adding Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. You can see more on that and get your spot locked up right there by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Heads Carolina, tails California, Jody Messina. Brownie, you nailed that one.
It's a good song the first time, and I like his sampling of it too.
Yeah, and Single Saturday Night, maybe my favorite Cole Swindell song. Single Saturday Night.
Yeah.
Had a few of those in my life.
Have you
back
now?
in the day. Yeah.
Single Saturday Night, even after you got married?
And so is this guy, Lane Kiffin.
You think he's had a single
I
Saturday
don't know
night?
if he's had a lot of solo Saturday nights. Old Joey Freshwater. Swipe right. Swipe right.
So you tell me, we'll go like we did Hugh Freeze, just a quick still shot of Lane Kiffin.
He's put out by this question, it appears.
Has Lane Kiffin aged more from this time last year to this year than any other point in his life?
Well, I think it goes back to something Brown talks about with weight loss. The skinny face makes him look a little older.
Oh,
you remember
wow.
when he was bloated on whatever he was on?
Yeah.
He looked. I think he looks better now, but I think he is wearing down. The fan base isn't behind him as much as they were.
I think he's probably had a stressful offseason, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. I think the administration is not behind him, although they probably fixed that leaky roof.
So wait a second.
They paid a lot of money.
Back-to-back days. Y'all went Phil Mickelson yesterday. Looks a lot older because he has lost a lot of weight. Now you're going Lane Kiffin. Should I just stay chunky?
No,
because I can't afford to look older.
No, it's when you have significant weight loss in the face, where
and
it
a lot
looks
of times
like
when you do it quickly, too.
Yeah, it almost looks like you're gaunt, and when you're gaunt, it looks like you're older.
But it's
I'm
only.
going to need somebody to check Gaunt and see if he's using that right.
No, that is 100% right. That's
never
super
heard the
usage.
word.
You've never heard the word gaunt?
Gaunt, G-A-U-N-T?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Wow, I spelled it correctly.
Well, most people in the mud puddle are a little puffy, unless you have to get just on government cheese and crackers, and then you do get skinny. But that starts at an early age, so you're never necessarily gaunt. You're just skinny.
Yeah. Gaunt is a legit word. I went to Saks, and I can tell you that.
His greatest definition is lean and haggard.
Haggard?
Especially because of suffering, hunger, or age.
Hell yeah, I love haggard. Though.
Or age. I mean,
Play me more haggard.
Absolutely drilled gaunt.
I mean, can you insult somebody more than to say, man, you look haggard?
Lean and haggard.
You look lean
Dude,
and
I
haggard.
have had people recently tell me I look haggard.
Your lack of sleep is catching up with you a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't think you look haggard yet, but you got to get better sleep.
Well, look,
why do you think you don't sleep?
Because of my tonsils.
Yeah. What are we doing about that?
What are you
Lance?
doing about that?
Well, I'm supposed to get them out in the morning, but
again, we're still non-committal.
We're still supposed to get them out
well,
tomorrow.
I just got a call from billing, and they're telling me this is an elective procedure. And I'm like, it's elective. I'm about to die because I can't sleep.
Well, I mean, that seems like an overstatement, but I mean, I like you fighting for it.
You literally stop breathing while you sleep because of these
I do.
tonsils.
Yeah.
And apparently a very active tongue.
Oh, my God.
Yes, I do stop breathing.
I'm just saying it rolls back in and it clogs his airways.
Yeah, it's very active.
I don't know about that, but yeah, the tonsils are bad. I mean, my tonsils is the size. So when I went to the ENT, he said there's 4 sizes, 1 through 4.
Right.
And 4 is when they're touching. He said mine are 3. Mine are golf balls.
Right. They're not quite touching yet.
They touch when I get tonsillitis.
Okay. If you were putting odds on whether or not you're going to do this tomorrow, where are we right now? Vegas odds.
I would, getting a ride to and from is becoming a problem.
What time you got to be there?
Tyler, what
I
are you
don't
doing
know.
tomorrow?
They haven't given me a time.
Yeah. If it's before the show, I'll be happy to tell you.
I am staying at a really unique place this Saturday because I've got open house on Saturday and Sunday.
Right.
Are you using the hotel I told you?
No. I told Brown this morning going up the elevator where I'm staying.
Yeah.
It was kind of a shocker.
It was a very big shocker to me, yes, where Lance is staying to recuperate.
So it just feels like I'm all over the place. I got so much going on right now.
Yeah, so I think Rockstar, the easy betting favorite, is he's not doing this tomorrow.
I lean 75-25. I'm doing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The fact that
I can't get a ride.
I know.
The fact that we're less than, the fact that we could be less, you don't know the time of the surgery is a problem. The fact that we could be less than 24 hours away from the surgery.
Well, I got a book.
You still don't know yet.
I got a book from somebody earlier on how to treat this stuff. Like this was literally on what I need to do before and after. And
That
I'm like,
whole
I'm
text
so
right there?
overwhelmed. Yeah,
Yeah.
like, I need somebody to take this on. I should just, get put to sleep, get up, and then, hey, you need to do this, you need to do that.
Right.
Yeah,
so you need a companion. You need somebody to be by your side
I
that
need a
is telling
nurse.
you.
Yeah.
A nurse.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, what would it cost to hire a nurse for? I mean, how long do you think you need this?
Rockstar, let's just see what the images look like if you just Google hire a nurse.
Nurse for hire. Seriously, nurse do a Google image search. Nurse for hire. Let's see if we can convince Lance on this.
This Google search, while he's pulling that up, being brought to you by our friends at Odie's, where tonight I'm guessing you will not be doing trivia.
That is the plan.
Yep.
They highly recommended not to have any cocktails tonight, and
just do the image Google search there, Rex.
Yeah. So Odie's Tavern, though, great place to go tonight.
Not what I thought it would be.
Brown will be there. Rocky will be there. Will Haver. You get there early, eat some of that great food that I won't be able to taste for the next 10 days at least.
Let's
the
go rent a
award-winning
nurse.
wings, delicious burgers. My personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Ice cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light, inside or outside on that patio. You can watch some Major League Baseball, but get in. It's a Birmingham institution. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
How about this is a legit field? I didn't know this.
All right, the girl holding the planet. Yeah, I could.
This
There you go.
That's more of what I was expecting to get right there.
All right, $66
for a week.
That's Tennessee. Kingsport, Tennessee. You want to go?
66 for a week.
I bet
I'll
that's
just
what
go
she
and I'll
looks
pay a
like.
month up front cash.
What I love is image for reference only. Actual item may look different.
I bet so.
Hey, how you doing? Where's Lance? Seems real tight.
I've also got a feeling that one right there couldn't open the parental prescription bottle.
Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, I don't think you're getting the top care in this situation.
I know you people on Twitter, I'm doing a crappy job of getting to SEC football, but this is great
don't get over it.
content
Hey,
here. This is great content.
Scroll to, all right, the girl holding the planet right there. What's that right there? Yeah, there you go. That looked like a legit website.
Yeah.
No, travel nurses.
nurses.
You don't want to get in that. They were making a fortune.
Yeah. So what we need is someone who basically going to babysit
What
you.
about Nurse Sally? She's come up here and given you an IV before. She
I
working?
thought about Nurse Sally.
Yeah?
I could text her.
Yeah.
See,
I mean, surely
when
she would
you
take
say
2
it,
days of
it's-
vacation.
When you say it, it sounds legit. When I say, yeah, I thought about Nurse Sally. It
Yeah.
sounds creepy.
Yeah, but I know where your mind is, though. I'm legitimately, I need to get well.
I've thought about Nurse Sally.
Hey, there's another one on bottom right. Rocky.
Bottom right there, Rockstar. Let's see what we rent her
From
for.
1972.
Well, you never know. Rent a Body, Inc.
that
took a weird
Have
turn.
a party you won't forget. Oh my!
Yeah, that took a weird turn right there, Rockstar.
And all of a sudden, Rockstar's
Yeah.
computer is on a watch list.
Yeah. Hey, listen, my friend Ben.
Dancers of the East.
Yeah, I would get out of that, Rockstar.
I've known Ben a long time.
Rocky,
She's the same girl.
get out, Rocky. Get out. Get out.
Don't
Oh, please
get
get out.
My
Please get out.
God.
Seeing telegrams.
That's it. Damn.
I feel like I'm watching season 1 of True Detective.
Probably should change the title Rent a Body.
Yeah. How about the Aloha Hula dancers there, huh?
Okay, so what are y'all's odds? I mean, should we make this a Bud Light poll question?
Yeah, we go Bud Light poll question. Will Lance have surgery tomorrow? I say no is minus 140 right now.
Yes.
That would be mine, minus 140.
Yep.
I think yes. What would that make yes? Plus 180?
No, minus 140. It'd come back like plus 120.
Plus 120?
When Brown and I went to the bathroom in the commercial break, I told him.
I don't know why he does that. Right? So he does it just to make you laugh now, right?
Share the urinal to save water.
Scott's lock from the back row is no surgery.
surgery. Yeah, I think that's the
what,
betting favorite.
That's what I told Brown. I said, our boy is not going to end up getting this surgery.
Yeah.
Everything that
I
comes
will
out
be
of his
honest.
mouth.
I don't want to get it done.
Well, we know that.
But look,
Yeah.
Laura, great mom. Laura, female listener. When my son was 5, you're a little older, his tonsils were so large he had juvenile sleep apnea, scared her to death as a mom. So whoever's caring about you is scared to death you're going to die one night because you're going to stop breathing.
Yeah.
So get the surgery.
No, my
you're
friend Ben
going
says,
to die.
My friend Ben says, get Lance a CPAP. I have the same exact issues. Recovery sucks as an adult. Woof. Oh. CPAP. Go CPAP, man. Why are you not going CPAP machine?
Well,
I know why.
Well, no. Well, there's a couple of reasons with that. But the other thing is CPAP's not going to cure tonsillitis and strep throat.
No, you're still going to have it.
Yeah. But if I get the tonsils out no more.
How often do you have strep throat?
I went like literally 20 years without getting sick. I get strep throat once or twice a year. I just got tonsillitis for the first time, and I hear that once you get it, you continue to get it.
No, that's not good.
Taylor from the command center of our social media. Lance, you need to get them out.
Yeah, listen to Taylor.
I mean, again, I'm 75-25. This is going to happen. I've just got to work some things out.
Lunsford says, my Luncey AG has surgery no at minus 175. Code next round at myluncey.ag when you go sign up.
Yeah.
I went a little lighter, 140, minus
Look at
140.
Cody. Haven't had strep since getting mine out.
Okay, there
how
you
old
go.
were you, Cody, and how bad was it?
And Chris, no CPAP. Get them taken out.
I mean, everybody's telling you it's going to be rough. You at least know this going in, Lance. But 10 days, I mean, think about what were you doing 10 days ago? I mean, how long? I mean,
hanging out with my tonsils.
You and your tonsils.
Yeah. He was stressing about this surgery. 10
I know.
days
The
ago.
NCAA tournament started what now? 20 days ago?
3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago. Think about how quick that has gone. We've already crowned UConn a champion.
Yeah, but again, I'll be honest with you. I've got anxiety about having surgery because I've never had it.
Yeah.
Like, one of the things I wanted to do was escape through life without surgery.
Yeah, but they're
why
going to
would
put
you
you
want to do that? You should experience everything while you're here.
They're going to put you asleep. You're not even going to know.
Jump out of a plane, Dunaway.
You're not even going to know. They're going to put you to sleep. You'll wake up and time will have frozen.
Yeah.
You'll have a
Cody
sore
was
throat.
16, says it was perfectly fine.
I've heard it's worse, though, the older you get.
He actually says it was awful.
Just baiting.
No, I want Lance to do it, but I'm just being realistic here.
Yeah. No, I'm going to do this. I've just got to get some things figured out. My day's going to be really hectic.
Today?
Yeah, because I got to get my house completely cleaned out of clutter because I've got to get pictures for the open house this weekend.
I don't want to second guess you the way Dunaway does.
Get around to the before and after pictures.
I'll have it with Scott by the time the house sells.
Evan says everyone knows that Dunaway's having FOMO on Lance's surgery. That Dunaway wishes he was having his tonsils out.
Maggie, feel my tonsils.
I still have mine, by the way. Apparently,
I do too.
It's going to shock everybody. I'm now feeling what's the word I'm looking for? Inadequate. That my tonsils are smaller than Lance's tonsils.
Donate them.
I don't have tonsil problems.
Chris is asking if I'm going to keep LT's tonsils on my desk. That's his testicle, not his tonsil.
Yeah.
No, what do you think? Impossible. Like I've said, I would sell inches to a guy like Bryce Young.
Right. Height.
Height. Yes.
Yeah. Height.
Yeah. Without doing, but make that abundantly clear.
Better way to phrase that. What do you think somebody would get their tonsils out for me, monetarily?
Oh, I mean, I think $20,000.
I would do it just for the rest, man. I would do it just to have a week off.
You would not.
Yeah, I've just told you my vacation plans that my wife made is for us to go hiking in the desert.
So would you rather get tonsils out than go hiking?
Just saying, I would be in the hotel I told you about with my friends bringing me ice cream like they used to do on the Brady Bunch, and I would just lay there and watch TV and sleep.
Does Lady Bird have a nurse outfit? She got everything else.
Hey, bring me the medicine.
Here, girl. Bring Daddy 2 blues and 1 red.
Wrong blues.
Go ahead, you do it, man. Run through the tape here. You know it's going to suck, but just fight through.
I know, but it shouldn't be elective.
Yeah.
Who
I can't handle
elects
that.
to get their tonsils out?
Nobody. It should be life-saving. America's insurance companies. Come on, do better.
Just give them Dunaway's phone number.
I will tell you, gutter cap, much like your throat, you never want those gutters to get clogged up. Tonsils in your throat.
Dirty and dangerous.
Yeah, dirty and dangerous, man. Stay off of Lance's.
In there.
Stay off of Lance's tonsils.
Cap my tonsils.
Lance's tonsils are so big, they've got their own zip code.
823-2212. That is the number you need to call. My good friend Chris Stewart. It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep the debris out forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. Cap it, don't snap it, don't get the dangerous ladder out. You slip, you fall, you snap your neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Call Chris Stewart today, 823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
We're back in a moment. It's TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_Outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
I wish in how long have we been friends?
You and I,
20 years yet?
It goes back to an Alabama coaching search at some point. I mean,
Yeah.
20, more than 20 years.
Okay, more than 2 decades.
Yeah, 20, 25 years.
I have
fact,
never excited you more than you just were excited in this room. I've never told you anything.
Somebody have an anniversary coming up?
Any good news about anything? Right now, Brownie just got so excited because this is the first official drink out of the new cooler.
Yep.
Behind him.
That's right.
And he said, "Oh my goodness, it is so cold, so cold.
Burns my throat like I just had my tonsils out."
You got to turn the label better, man. You've got to get better at this if you're going to be an influencer.
Or your new Coke influencers.
I'm looking at the camera now.
And this is how a Coke influencer drinks his Diet Coke right here.
Did the eyes close too? Like, heaven.
It's good, Rockstar. I mean, it is so cold. We have got that thing dialed in. I guarantee you, we're going to have ice floating in some of these drinks.
Oh.
And that's my goal. That is my whole goal for this company now, is that our Diet Cokes and our Cokes and our Coke Zeros and our Sprites have a little ice floating in them. That's when they're the best.
Richard, I agree with you. Lance's tonsils much more entertaining than the sound from Lane Kiffin that we will eventually get to. But
well, what was the thing you made him so happy about? You
I didn't make
that.
him happy.
Yeah.
The machine made him
okay.
happy.
Yeah,
That he
yeah.
got this and he said, "Oh, Jim."
Oh, Jim.
Oh, Jim.
This does things to me that
No,
you
I
haven't
was
done in a long time.
I was showing this off to different people. Like, we're really proud of our facilities up here.
Very proud.
But there's just something about this. I don't know if it brings back like the nostalgia of being a kid and walking in a convenience store, or still on a road trip walking in a convenience store. But that is so legitimate, and showing my kids, and they were like, "We are going to dominate that."
Oh, easy now. Let's don't empty this.
Whoa.
They don't want the Diet
Well, it's
Coke.
not like we come up here on weekends all the time and we're going to lay around and they're just going to pound out sodas.
Well,
but
I think we should get a price and start charging for them.
you
if
know
we're
what I
gonna
get worried
dominated.
about?
What?
Is we have so many tenants that just will creep down. I had one on
I
Monday.
know.
I
It's
had
gonna happen.
Had a
Yep.
meeting with Reed, and one of the girls comes in and she's like, "Hey, I'm going to grab a beer." And I was like, "Okay, no problem."
By the way,
Not I'm going to.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
By the way, I got her over under fired by June.
Wow. Not a way.
You know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Grim Reaper.
I'm just saying that's like an early trip to our beer cooler on a non-Friday.
It was a Monday.
It was a Monday,
that's
not
what I'm
even
saying.
Friday, a Monday.
I thought we'd sort of set a ground rules up here for the whole building seems to walk up to our floor and grab a beer Friday, usually after 12.
Well, it's funny. She smelled like a heater, too. So, she had already burned about 10 or 15 of
the beer was a chaser?
company time in the parking lot. Yeah, and then she was going to come up and grab a cold one.
That's my point. And bottle back to the facilities. I was just like, she's rolling dice.
You want to know how long we've been together? Rockstar, I just emailed you a photo that was forwarded by our friends at Legacy Community Federal Credit Union of Dunaway and I together. Did you see this yesterday?
I saw me. I did not see you in the picture.
I'm literally standing right next to you.
The picture
No,
I had.
Dunaway is one of those that, like, if a girl will take a picture of us, hey, is this good? I don't care. You just post it. Dunaway looks at himself and nobody else.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Who's changed more?
Oh, I don't know.
That is Dunaway, me, and Glenn Bryan. Glenn is the CEO at Legacy Community Federal Credit Union.
First time Tyler's ever seen me with hair.
I
Over there,
know.
Tyler.
Yeah, that is us together. I'm going to guess that's about 2004, 2003, 2004.
I think it says in the email it's 2004.
2004?
Yep.
I am chunky, no beard. Dunaway is
young
and plenty of hair.
And he's also wearing
pleated pants.
I've got to go to work. Suit pants and a collared shirt because I'll throw in a tie.
You're wearing Jonah Hill's clothes from pre-Jonah Hill.
You got to remember, Lance, this is 04. Baggy clothes were in then.
Yeah.
Yeah, a baggier look was in.
Yeah, it was the wild early 2000s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or late night, yeah.
That's a lot of hair, man. I had a
lot
lot
of hair. And I was chunky, man. I mean, I've dropped some LB since then, right?
Oh, you have a lot.
Oh, my God, yes.
So Dr. B really would have kept that hair if you would have known him in 04.
Yeah,
oh, absolutely. Speaking of Dr. B, why don't you tell us about him?
Yeah, I can do that, Dunaway. What color would you have gone gray, or would you continue to
dye his hair?
Yeah.
Oh, he'd have
I would have
his
kept
hair.
dyeing my hair.
Really? Please, yeah.
Absolutely. Nobody's noticed all week, which shows you how bald I am. I've taken it down another level.
First thing I noticed Monday, you said something to me, and I glanced over to respond, and I noticed you were bald again. I continue to tell you, I think your better look is a little bit of stubble. I don't know why you don't listen to me on that. I don't know who's telling you to shave it all.
You want to rub the head?
I don't want to rub your head.
Not in front of Lance. Come on, guys. It's mean.
Hey, so Dunaway picked me up Monday. We went to walk-ons, and we both had the same hat on again.
I did, yeah.
I mean, it's become uncanny.
So I had to take my hat off and leave it in the car. I had to go bald at the walk-ons. First time they've seen me bald, too.
Dr. Beckenstein. Again, if Dunaway would have known him back in 2004, Dunaway would have hair right now. Look, be preemptive on this.
Don't rub it in, Lance.
When, you were the guy that didn't tell me I was starting to thin.
Yeah, that's right.
Fortunately, got to see it on side camera. But once I found out, I asked around. Dr. B was the one everyone recommended. Hair already 14% thicker. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration right here in Alabama. Remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. Dr. B also offers Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using injections. This is revolutionary, as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. T3hair.net. Or make the phone call that I made, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, T3hair.net.
Todd Fuhrman coming up in an hour. We will give you an update as news develops on whether or not Lance is going to actually get his tonsils out or not. But let's go back to cut number 8, Rockstar, and Lane Kiffin here. Lane, as you guys pointed out, looks a little irritable. Maybe the fan base has turned a little on him, and that gets him to now being a little frustrated with some of the questions he's getting. He is the self-proclaimed what? Portal King, right?
That's right. Come to the SIP.
Yeah, self-proclaimed Portal King. Well, if you're in the presence of the king of something, you're going to ask him questions about what he's the king of, right? Yeah. So here's the, here, Portal King. What about the portal? Hear how Lane Kiffin answers this.
Lane, with the portal period about to open again, have you got in your mind particular pieces that you'd like to go out and get?
Yeah, I wonder one day if we're going to stop saying that with the portal period getting ready to open.
Okay, just stop right there. You're the guy who says you're the Portal King.
Well, I haven't heard the rest of this, but I think he's being critical of the portal itself, like the rules of the portal. I'll listen to the rest of it.
Okay.
Yeah,
but,
not being open. Why even ask right now?
Or the fact that why does it open and close? It's just I don't know. It sounds like he's being critical of the portal process.
Well, I hope that's what it is because Dunaway, you're right.
No,
if it's not,
it's going to be hypocritical if he's dogging the portal. Yeah.
So here we go. Do it.
Just one of them. So, I mean, everybody thinks that's good because they're like, okay, well, you're going to go get pieces. Well, like we've seen you lose some pieces as well. I think that a year ago, really, being the first big portal, we got a lot in and not much out. Went out early on in it, and now you're seeing a little bit of both. So it's good because you can go add, but also you got to worry about what you lose too.
So the Portal King is upset that other people are coming into his kingdom and taking people out of Ole Miss, out of the SIP. And he doesn't like having different portals open after his practice because he feels like after spring, my roster should be set.
Yeah, if I heard, I know we interrupted it, but I do think that was his criticism is why are there multiple portal openings? There should just be one and done. Do it at the end of the football season, and then you're locked in wherever you are.
And I agree with that. As much fun as we're able to have with this, as much content as it gives us at times, I think one portal makes the most sense because I think at the end of the spring, you should have your roster.
Yeah. And
you disagree?
I disagree because all that it would be is advantage coaches
telling guys,
yes,
we don't have a clear-cut number one. Hey, you're right there with this guy.
That's right, man. Come on. I'm Jackson Dart. Hey, you're my starter. Oh, I just got who in the portal, and I got who in the portal. Now I got 3 quarterbacks. Don't worry, man. You're still my starter. And then you get into the spring, and you realize I'm not the starter. Now, if I'm Jackson Dart, I'm 3rd on the depth chart. I'm 2 on the depth chart. I should be able to leave at that point.
Yeah, but I think, to be fair, I think all those guys are locked in because of their transfer situation unless they get a waiver. But a good example is in Tuscaloosa. I don't think you'll see Nick Saban name a starter in spring. Do you?
No, they play a game.
Do you think Nick Saban probably knows who the starter is right now?
I would imagine that as spring progresses, when it's all said and done, not only does Nick Saban know and Tommy Rees knows, I would imagine the players themselves know.
But they won't be told.
They won't be told.
Why?
But they will know because they don't want somebody to hit the portal.
That's right.
But if we talked about Vandergriff at Georgia, and in Tennessee, I think it's a great place to watch. Where Ima Lieva and Milton are. You can look anywhere you want to look, and in Tuscaloosa as well. That there with Milroe and Ty Simpson, when you're not the guy.
Yeah,
when you're not the guy.
But let me be fair to Nick Saban here. Not that he needs me to be fair to him, but let me be fair to Nick Saban, or support him or whatever he wants me to be fair to him. There is it's not just to keep guys from transferring too. Like, let's just say Jalen Milroe is the starter. If you name him in spring, you want Jalen Milroe to work his tail off through the summer too, right? And if you name him the starter, you might lose a guy in the transfer portal. Or if you name Ty Simpson the starter, you might lose Milroe in the transfer portal. But the other side of that, too, is I want to see how that guy competes all summer when he doesn't think he's the starter or doesn't know he's the starter, right? What does he do in the summer? Does he reach out to his receivers every day and say, meet me at the practice field 9 a.m.? Or does he slack off a little bit? That tells me a lot about my player.
That's right. But by the way, if you name him the starter and he slacks off, then...
And I've lost a guy in the portal. Now I've really screwed it up.
Yeah, you probably chose the wrong guy if he's slacking off at that point. Everybody wants to keep the depth. I'm not saying anyone's wrong, but that's the game. That's the game they're playing.
But I'm also saying I don't think it's only to keep guys out of the portal. I do think there is there's a legitimate reason not to name a guy coming out of spring. I want to see how these two guys work through the summer, too. I mean, we treat the spring like it's the last thing I'm going to see before fall practice, and it's not. These guys are there all summer. They're doing a lot of work on their own in the summer. I want to see who's got the best leadership skills then, too.
Yeah, I just think Kiffin is being disingenuous with, his desire to be the portal king and then to not to not want people to come take his players after spring practice. Another point he made, and this is a legit good one, now that Pete Golding is there, their attention in the second portal that's about to open up after practice, after spring drills, will likely be on defense.
Yeah.
Because Pete Golding is there now, and he has different schemes and different ways of coaching defense than the previous couple of coaches. And they may now be there and realize, all right, we don't have the part that really fits what Pete likes to do here or there. So they may be active in the second portal, the one that's coming up, on the defensive side at Ole Miss, and trying to feed the pieces there. Show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Champy's. They bring you this hour every day on the show. Hour number 3 on the show brought to you to kick off the lunch hour by Champy's Chicken, a great place to go to lunch. Southern fried chicken, unbelievable flavor there. My favorite is to get 2 pieces of 2 big breast is what I go there and get, with the great sides and all the wonderful – I do, Brown. You can laugh all you want, like it's 3rd grade. I want 2 big breasts at Champy's Chicken.
Yeah,
juicy.
And you got to do like this when you ask for them.
They're the size of my hands, Rockstar.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Eating more would be a waste of chicken.
Oh my.
Tight shot on Lance.
He's so.
Yeah, when you get him to smirk. But Sterling understands what good pieces of chicken look like.
I'm a leg man.
Yep.
I do like the chicken leg. It's my favorite piece of chicken.
Me too.
Yep.
My wife likes thighs.
The what?
She's a thigh person.
But you said the ice. I was like,
I
damn.
thought you said the eyes.
Well, I'm an
she
equal
likes
opportunist.
thighs.
I can go from the breast to the leg,
To the leg, to the wing. You like a good wing.
Yeah.
I'm a giblets guy.
Right to dessert.
Champy'sChicken.com.
If we busted your head open, what would float out?
I heard that in a meeting one time.
All these contain size.
Champy'sChicken.com. Go check it out right there. It's a destination location for your lunch right there. Whew. All right.
Well, we are going to have Sterling do our new hot ones. I told you guys.
Yeah.
I tried one of those new hot sauces last night. Holy hell. So y'all didn't taste the bomb. You've tasted the bomb, right, Lunsford? There's one that's as hot as the bomb.
Yeah.
It's over 1 million Scovilles. I didn't realize it until I dipped my sandwich in it last night.
We've got a potential new advertiser that sent us a selection of hot sauces that they produce and wanted us to try them before we agreed to, advertise them. And Lance dove right in with his bad tonsils and all, and you said it lit you up, huh?
I mean, I'm talking one dab. I was sweating my ass off.
I had one with mango, though. It was a mango hot sauce, Rockstar. Putting it on rotisserie chicken the other night.
Some breasts.
Would bathe in it. It was so good.
There's some really good flavors, but there's some really hot ones.
Yeah, really good, really good. All right, we'll talk about the Masters coming up a little bit later on, some odds, and but I got a question before we do trash in the next segment about a betting part of the Masters.
Okay.
All right, so I'll ask that question when we come back. The show being brought to you in part by Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City, a guy who has been to Sterling's Place right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster to enjoy the great breast at Champy'sChicken.com. Greg Nelson, I don't know if he's a breast guy, a leg guy or not, but he's a great roof guy, a guy who wants to take care of your home and keep it protected with a great roof. Wind damage this time of year can cause problems with shingles being blown loose or bent, and that can cause water intrusion getting in there and killing your house and just really causing thousands and thousands of dollars worth of damage. Prevent all that by getting an early, free, no-cost inspection from Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or look him up on Facebook. Greg from Pell City, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, the best warranties in the business, and that free, no-cost roof inspection. 205-542-3531, or Greg from Pell City on Facebook, Storm Restoration Roofing.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Winter weather can take a toll on your vehicle's performance. Don't let slick roads or new potholes leave you stranded in the cold. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has a team of ASE certified mechanics that have a plan for your vehicle's winter maintenance and repair. Tires, brakes, battery checks, and more. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has you covered. With 4 locations in the Birmingham area, be sure to tell the guys at Vulcan you heard about them on the next round. Your safety is their top priority because of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Wherever you go, we go together. Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Pate designed course and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
LT will be back with trash in just a second. The question I wanted to ask Brown, and I'll ask LT too when he gets back in here. Tiger Woods at the Masters. What are the odds at mybookie.ag for Tiger Woods?
Let me refresh real quick.
And if it's a large number like I imagine it is, why do you not take a flyer on Tiger Woods? Because if he's going to win anywhere else again in his career in a major, it's likely going to be this place, right?
I would agree. He's plus 7,500, so 75-1, which puts him slightly worse than Patrick Reed and slightly better than a lot of names you will not recognize if you don't watch golf. So he's well down the list of favorites, and you're right. I mean, you called it a flyer. You were definitely taking a flyer on him, and I would agree 100% with your assessment. It's not likely that he ever wins another one, but in the event he does, it's probably this one.
So if it's 75-1,
I would dare say the best odds you've ever been able to get on him.
But on a 75-1, I would imagine I don't take a lot of picks at 75-1. That is not Tiger Woods. I mean, I would take a shot on him at 75-1. That's interesting to me for Tiger Woods. He goes off at 9:18 Central Time tomorrow. The show is being brought to you in part by our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa. LT is going to slide in here and tell us about our friends at Woodhouse. Mother's Day is not too far away. Opportunities for the mom in your life, for your wife, or anybody in your life. Woodhouse Day Spa. They even said they could take care of getting my feet ready for the beach and lake.
Yeah, when are you going to do that?
I don't know. I'll work it in there. When are you going to get your tonsils out?
Wow, that would be tomorrow, Dunaway.
Yeah, well, I may get the pedicure tomorrow.
Let me guess, you're playing golf today?
I may have an outing later today.
You try to cover it up now with these pullovers, like we can't tell. But Casey was asking me about the pedicure, so we need to get you in. Look, the best day spa, Woodhouse Day Spa, located at Summit Shopping Center, is right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services, They've even got the pregnancy massage that Rockstar got Nancy not long ago. She said it was outstanding. Woodhouse Day Spa voted America's best day spa since 2009. You can order that special person gift online 24/7, birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. Buy them 24/7 online. Stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa. Tell Casey Stewart, their great staff, the Next Round sent you.
A lot of Gordon Sargent talk over in the chat room. Do you guys know who Gordon Sargent is?
A local guy who lives, I won't say the neighborhood, but lives locally and plays locally.
He's Mountain Brook kid, right?
He's from Mountain Brook. I think that always just BSing right there.
Don't say the neighborhood. Don't
say the neighborhood.
Well, I don't want to give out his address.
Actually, he is playing at Vanderbilt, so you could not be more wrong. But it's from Mountain Brook. He's in the tournament. He got a special invite as an amateur. He's plus 36,000, so 360 to 1. I mean, he's not going to win this thing, but I think it'd be interesting to watch what he does as a young kid.
You think Gordon knew his 3-digit country club number growing up?
Oh, there's
out
no
by
doubt.
the pool?
He used the heck out of that one.
He's the guy you told us about, and I think our friend Woody told us about, that had some amateur success that was going to be very good one day.
I had a guy that works on the PGA Tour, okay? His job is scouting PGA Tour players, as a friend of mine, or scouting college players for PGA Tour contracts. Told me he thinks he's the best 16-year-old he ever saw play.
Oh, wow.
And this guy scouts players.
You think he needs some sponsorship?
I think he's probably okay, Lance. I don't know if you missed the part about being from Mountain Brook, but I think he's all right.
The question I would ask then, did that guy see Tiger Woods when he was 16?
I would guess so, yeah.
You know, with all this tacky live stuff on, 16 or is it 20 golfers?
18 golfers.
18 golfers, right in between. I think next round would look good on Gordo.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, absolutely. What do you think we'd get that for?
I don't know.
$150.
$150, you think?
Woodhouse Day Spa gift card.
And all the Coke Zero he could drink.
That's right. Just come up here and raid our cooler.
It'd be really good. Real quickly, before we get to trash, if you missed it, Greg Norman said this last week, and it's been echoed today by a lot of people. He believes that if a live golfer is in contention on Sunday, the other 17 live golfers will not leave the course, that their plan is, and that they've discussed this, according to Greg Norman, their plan is that much like in the Ryder Cup, they will be there cheering around 18, and if a live golfer wins, Brooks Koepka, Dustin Johnson, somebody like that, that all other 17 golfers will go out onto the 18th green to celebrate with him.
Well,
that's dumb.
Yeah,
I'd be flying out quickly.
Number one, he's assuming all 17 make the cut and are there on Sunday. That's number one. Number two, he's insane if he thinks that. If he thinks those guys are going to hang around and cheer for Brooks Koepka to win or whatever, he's crazy. That's not happening.
Greg Norman says it will happen.
Greg Norman's out of his mind. It's not high school golf.
This will be Koepka's new girlfriend.
Yeah, these are pros, man. They're going to be in their net jet all the way back to Orlando as quick as they can. He's out of his mind.
Right. Save that clip. If on Monday we have to come back here and Brown has to eat those words, who's the best live golfer who has a chance? Is it DJ?
Koepka has played better of late. Dustin Johnson has won there before.
Because 6 of them were.
Cam Smith is your answer. I mean, he plays very well there, but
6 of them were at the Champions Dinner, right?
Yeah.
6 of the 18 , but Mickelson doesn't have a shot. Sergio doesn't have a shot.
Not really.
Lefty who pink driver
Bubba Watson
doesn't have a shot.
No, I mean it's probably Cam Smith.
Probably Cam Smith. All right. The Masters start tomorrow over at Augusta National. Trash starts right now. Hit it, Rockstar.
57. And to another woman who likes to be double-fisted in a different way, I think, Jess. She means beer. Don't put me on YouTube. My God.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, let the experts at Mortgage Right help you get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, and reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can also apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start with a wedding stunt that went wrong.
Uh-oh.
Bride has had a close shave after her wedding stunt with a sparkling gun went horribly wrong. Now, the bride and groom can be seen posing with sparkling guns.
Oh, we got video, Rockstar?
At their wedding venue.
All
However,
right.
the stunt went wrong, and the bride suffered the consequence of the stunt.
Oh, no. Let me guess what happens.
All right. Oh!
Yep. They loaded the canister backwards.
Crap.
Do it again, Rocky.
Yeah, a little back.
Play
Now,
again.
a Twitter user shared the video and wrote, I don't know, quote, what's wrong with these people these days. They're treating wedding days more like parties.
13-second clip.
This is how they ruin their perfect day. And in the 13-second video, a bride and her husband-to-be, they're doing the James Bond back-to-back posing with the guns.
Right.
However, the gun strikes the bride in the face, dress catches fire. Luckily, nothing happened to the bride.
I'm glad we got to see it once. Lunsford, something's wrong with Twitter video. It does this all the time to me. Like, you try to rewind it and watch it again, and it all freezes up. I don't know what Elon Musk has done to the video. But it happens all the time. Oh, there we go. We got to watch it again. I mean, this is awful.
Canister backwards, I called it.
You think so, Dunaway?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it comes out the right way first, but then boom.
I guarantee it's two different things, Brown. One is lighting it, heating it up, and then the other is the sparkles that are going to explode. What's supposed to happen?
Well,
like a bunch of glitter?
Yeah, probably, shooting out actually the barrel, not coming back like that.
Right. Yeah, I don't think that was supposed to happen.
Hopefully they got pictures done before, though, right?
I would hope so, yeah.
She's got a little shiner on the cheekbone.
Oh, I bet it's singed some of her hair, too.
Yeah, she's probably her eyebrows. Somebody was talking about your eyebrows
Looks like
earlier.
You. Yeah.
Ugh.
When you do that, like you get a little too close to the grill and you singe that hair on your arm or
You
whatever,
smell
it's a
that
terrible smell.
smell,
I
yes.
hate that smell.
It really is.
Yeah.
This one out of Charlotte, North Carolina. 3 state senators have introduced a bill that will eliminate participation trophies awarded to kids who play recreational sports through leagues operated by local governments.
Let me guess. Joe Biden will veto it.
Probably try. Now, the conversation around participation trophies has grown over the past several years with politicians, parents, coaches speculating that kids have become less motivated in the classroom and in their future careers. Now, they believe the root has been with participation trophies in sporting activities. According to one senator, quote, when kids are growing up, they're being taught it's just okay to be okay. You don't have to be the best. Another one who oversees a program for kids ages 5 to 13 says he agrees with the bill. Quote, children can get a trophy regardless. They're not going to give it their everything. It can transfer over into life. It can transfer over into the classroom. There was special about getting trophies back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. And, I mean, it doesn't have to be the end-all, be-all, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be the end-all, be-all, but, to win or at all costs when you're teaching young kids to play, but there needs to be some levels of success and failure to teach life lessons as you move on.
Yeah, I mean, another example, you brought up Jill Biden and inviting Iowa to the White House. That's supposed to be special. It's supposed to be for champions.
Yeah, not the
Not supposed to
runner-up.
be runner-up.
Yeah.
You guys have eaten bear.
I have, yeah. Bear stew, randomly, this is going to be pretty random, cooked by Dave Marcus, former NASCAR driver.
Okay.
It was horrible.
I don't know that I ever took a bite because it smelled so bad.
Look at this. We've got a bear vending machine.
How about that?
Well, it's not just...
Ping, will you model it? Yes.
Hey,
All right, there you go. We got the shot.
How do you know?
I mean,
his
I
name's
would be
Ping?
so lost in Japan.
Would you? You can't read that?
Yeah. I mean, the only thing that would...
You think you're getting beef jerky, you're getting bear.
Again, our proud sponsor here, Coca-Cola, I could recognize that.
Oh, look. He zoomed in on some of the...
Yeah, so Japan has added its large and eclectic pool of vending machines with a new model that sells fresh bear meat.
I'll eat a lot of things out of a vending machine. I don't think I'm going to trust it for bear meat.
Yeah, but upper left is, I think it said 2 bear dogs.
I'm not eating a bear dog.
Yeah, bear dog?
Yeah. And is that 3,000 calories?
3,000 yen.
Oh.
Yen.
So the machine has attracted a steady stream of customers since it was installed at the end of
Timeout.
last
Could it have
year.
also been 3,000 calories?
Nope.
That costs 3,000 yen?
I don't know what the bear does in calories.
It had the their symbol for what is the dollar sign.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is the yen.
So if I'm a musical artist in Japan, that's what I'll put on my necklace, that yen sign?
Yeah.
sign?
This is what gets a little shakier. The meat, what do you think it sells for?
Bear meat?
Per pound?
Per 250 grams, which is, I think, roughly a pound.
Are we doing yen or dollars?
Or maybe it's quarter pound.
The bare minimum.
The bear minimum.
No, we're doing American dollars.
American dollars? I'm going to say it's $22 a pound.
Oh, that's really up there, Brown.
Well, that is going to be expensive.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's $12.
Well, I would rather it be 22. It's $16.50.
$16.50 a pound?
Yeah. or a quarter of a pound here.
Quarter?
I don't know
Oh,
what
that's a
250
quarter of a
grams
pound.
is. I don't know. What's 250 grams?
Yeah, I'll look it up.
Anybody in the audience know what 250 grams are?
Anyways, proving popular with passengers alighting in a nearby.
That's half a pound, yeah. So it's $32 a pound.
Railway station right outside of Tokyo. Now, the machine, which touts its contents as regional specialty, was stocked with locally killed wild bear and sold a mixture of lean and fatty meat.
Hey, is this locally killed?
Yeah, you don't want
organic.
the out of country.
Organic stuff bear in that machine for me.
You know, one of the most surprising things about Lance over the years is the fact that you used to really like the gas station hot dog.
Oh, I loved it.
And not the one that they got on the little roller thing,
Nope.
but you used to get the one out of the freezer.
Yeah, my favorite was made right. So everything was processed, even the chili. It wasn't really. It was more like smashed baked beans is what the chili looked like.
Right.
And then it had the that glossy. It kind of sweated the orange cheese on top.
And you threw it in the microwave and heated it up?
I'd put it in for a minute and a half, and then I would take 2 packs of mayonnaise and put it on top.
And I think you were rolling the dice on that one.
I mean, maybe, but I mean, I would eat 4 at a time.
Did you microwave the burrito ever?
I've done that now, but not in the gas station. My mom used to buy them for me. The frozen burrito. They called the bomb, I think it was called.
Yeah. So you know what I got here yesterday in our commissary?
What?
It was called the 5-star chicken salad sandwich. I was starving.
No
and they
way.
didn't have our trail mix.
5-star chicken salad?
Yeah, it wasn't
Gosh,
5-star.
Really?
I would give it 1.5 stars out of the 5.
No,
You ate chicken salad out of that down there?
It was
From our
dated
break
okay.
room?
Well, I wanted to try some of our new sauces.
Right.
And so, I went down to the break room and I got the chicken salad, got a bag of Sun Chips. And, it was about a 1.5 out of 5 stars.
Wow. That was bold going chicken salad out of that freezer.
Yeah, the bread was a little hard. There wasn't much chicken salad to it.
That's stunning.
Not a lot of taste.
Yeah.
Wasn't a 5-star. So anyway, I'm not necessarily scared of that, but I would not eat the bear.
Well, that was going to be my point, is you were rolling the dice with the made right hot dogs. I can't imagine bear out of a vending machine.
I mean, at least it is bear. I have no idea what the hot dog was.
So
that's true. That's a good point.
Scoring at home, just what we've learned on the show today, not scared of chicken salad from a vending machine basically downstairs, but scared of getting your tonsils out. Okay.
Yep. Okay. I mean, Rockstar, would you rather get your tonsils out or eat a chicken salad sandwich from downstairs?
I think I'm with Lance on this one. I'd rather eat a chicken salad
Hey,
sandwich.
for a minute, they had strawberry shortcake in that thing down there. Did you see that?
I was just telling Lunsford that. They had desserts for a second, and then they just like a brownie. That's interesting.
I mean, they must have rated the desserts.
Kevin's right, man. I've been fattening up because I've got a feeling I'm going to lose about 15 or 20.
Oh, what, with the tonsils situation here?
Has anybody ever had, though, legit food poisoning?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I have, yeah.
One time.
You know what? Twice. Beef stroganoff and a Cuban sandwich.
Yeah. And when you, from both ends,
it ain't good, man.
I do not gamble on. I throw ketchup away when it's outdated.
I got it in 2015. I remember we had that Christmas party in that weird room at the old Crest building.
Right.
Do you guys remember that?
I do, yeah. Where they used to do the barbecue down there.
Yeah, because I remember, I kept telling.
Well, that was the one where Rockstar won the gift certificate and had to give it back.
Well,
made me register for it.
Yeah.
Our buddy John Walker was the GM there.
Yeah.
He's now at Summit, and I kept telling him the Rams and the Cardinals are kicking off in about 45 minutes. I got to get out of here.
Can we speed this thing up?
And he's like, you need to wait a little bit longer. And then I started sweating. And so when I was on 65 heading home, I knew something was wrong.
That's right.
And Rams lost that night. I got food poisoning.
Yeah,
and it was the first day that I had missed due to being sick since I had been at Jocks. So I made it 17 years.
Bad oyster, I guess, one time for me. And bless my wife's heart, we were fairly newly married at the time, and I was backfiring worse than that sparkling gun in the video.
Oh my God!
It was horrible.
I know. Hey, so beef, I've not been able to eat beef stroganoff since, though.
Yeah.
I can't even look at it, think about it, smell it.
1993.
Yeah, in the line of fire.
Yep, there you go.
Yep, in the line of fire, Plaza Cinemas. God bless the man. Had to follow that up.
Gary turned on the show here at lunchtime, regretting it right now. Thank you.
It's always a good thing.
Yeah.
Finally,
order the oysters, Gary.
Yeah.
Anyone who has browsed Zillow in 2023 knows how hard it is to afford a 4-bedroom home on a single salary, despite what certain shows portray. Now, to figure out how unrealistic these living situations are, Hovia calculated the estimated cost of 12 animated houses from TV.
Okay.
The SpongeBob in the Pacific Ocean. What do you think the cost on that?
It's underwater construction.
That's right.
It's just a pineapple.
Yeah, but it's underwater construction,
Yeah.
right?
And
It's something that fell.
I've never seen SpongeBob, but are they swingers?
Yeah, it's a cartoon. It's got to be.
Our whole house is the pineapple.
I mean, it really.
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about pineapples on the front porch.
Welcome to our guests in the studio who have now heard about my blasting diarrhea and swingers.
Well, we didn't create the pineapple.
No,
I'm not even going to call it a myth. I think it's a fact.
Yeah, somebody else just adopted it.
I
Jim.
would say, though, it takes a lot to be pressurized and to be, weighted to where it stays on the bottom of the floor.
Well, the pineapple is the most expensive fruit. Yeah. That is a fact.
I'm going to go $125,000 for that.
It's only $55.
I disagree.
No, that's
Where'd you get this
unrealistic.
crap, Rox?
Now,
That's
Arthur's
unrealistic.
House, which was one of my favorite cartoons when the kids were growing up.
You
I
liked
think Arthur
Arthur?
was very intelligent.
Yeah.
Yeah, very intelligent cartoon.
Yeah.
This is in Elwood City.
Okay.
This little abode here went for $141,863.
That's a cute little house, too, for that. Yeah. That's a good starter home right there.
Now, this one I would have thought would be more than the next one, but the Flintstones bedrock.
I mean, to be honest with you, though, to get
Look at that dinosaur as a shower.
custom cut rock, though, like that, if you've ever gone to the landscaping place and priced that,
That's what killed me on my pool.
Yeah, not cheap.
Yeah, that's why we use our friends at Harbin's here. They get the best price and stack those rocks a lot better than they did in Flintstone.
I'll tell you, that mailbox is tacky, too.
It really is.
Yeah, but that's the HOA, man. Everybody in the neighborhood has to have the same one.
You got to have a stick with a pink mailbox.
That's it, yeah.
Got to have the bone marrow mailbox.
You guys are never going to guess what the cost on this is.
I mean, this is way back in the prehistoric ages. Prices have gone up. I don't even know how to price it.
$300,000.
Yeah. See, I mean, the rock's expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, The Simpsons, I always thought of Homer as a guy that just probably made kind of the median wage.
Yeah.
Did Marge sell makeup to the neighbors? Is that why she has the pink Cadillac?
Oh, that's a good
Homer's
question.
car.
Yes.
Homer drives that, and it's purple.
Yeah, that's Homer's.
Oh, it's purple.
It's not pink,
Station
but it was a good line though by you,
Thank you.
Jim. Great
Thank
job
you.
today.
That's in Springfield.
I'm going to
of
say
course.
$350,000 for this one.
$458,730.
Yeah. Very specific.
The next one, the Rugrats.
All right.
I've never seen the Rugrats. They're in Hollywood, apparently.
Very square.
It's in
house.
Hollywood?
It's in Hollywood, though.
Kind of an Art Deco type.
Yeah.
It's got a modern top, but I don't like the awnings.
I don't either.
Satellite dish.
I don't like any
pretty
of it.
big.
Yeah.
Looks like a little brick wall out front.
In Hollywood, $1.2 million.
That's a good guess, Brown. 1.2.
$668,000.
Still in Hollywood. Yeah, not much of a yard.
Looks like lived next to OJ.
It depends on what part of Hollywood you're in.
That's a good point. Yeah.
I mean, Hollywood is a dump.
Is it really?
It really is.
What about West Hollywood?
West Hollywood's got nicer. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Look at me knowing my Hollywoods.
Yeah,
And finally, DuckTales,
I was just thinking
McDuck
about
Manor.
Homewood.
This is going to be over the top.
Well, I mean, he had a swimming pool filled with gold coin, right?
Well, that was his vault.
Safe, his
That
vault.
was his vault.
Yeah.
I'm going to say this is $4.8 million.
Yeah, they got a helipad.
Yeah.
Helipad. It's built like a castle over there.
Good pool.
If I get the house I want, Jeremy Harbin, I'm trying to do a similar design. It's called the Maui.
What, that pool?
Yeah,
The dollar sign?
with a little. It's not necessarily a dollar sign. It's a unique. It's a little smaller than what I've got, but
right.
I want to get the hot tub.
Yeah.
I'm going hot tub this time.
Well, what's the price on this one?
$5 million.
That is $25 million for McDuck Manor.
I think he overpaid.
You think so?
overpaid.
It's
a
got
bad
a
neighborhood.
helicopter too, though.
Yeah, got to have a helipad. Got an extra house out back.
You know what TikTok has started serving up to me is these.
Every night is what it's serving up.
Yeah, every night I watch it. But Rockstar started showing me these apartments in New York City. And the big deal, they are the smallest rooms.
You have I have a 200 square feet to myself.
And the bathroom's off the kitchen. I'm like, who wants a bathroom off the kitchen?
Or you got to share it with like 4 other tenants, just a toilet.
Yeah, and then the bathroom's got the washer and dryer in it right next to the shower.
Walk up to a loft to get into your bed.
They are the worst apartments. And he's like, you can get this one for the great price of $4,800 a month.
Remember in one of the Friends episode when Chandler and Joey were wanting Ross to move out, he was rooming with them for a while.
Yeah.
They went and looked at an apartment, and basically a closet was a bathroom right off the kitchen.
Yeah, and there was one and this one, guys, has a great backyard. Let me show it to you. And it's a concrete slab with a fence, and it's looking like at the back of these dumpsters. And I'm like, you call this a great backyard?
Well, you guys
These poor
saw
people.
the condo that I was originally going to get.
Yes.
And I got talked out of it because of the practicality.
Yeah.
Well, the master bathroom, which I never even noticed when I first went to look at it, is not attached to the master bedroom.
Yeah.
And it had one of those closets where it's got a combo washer and dryer.
In the bathroom?
No, in a
right.
closet.
Yeah, in a
But
closet.
so it doesn't have both, so you got to use the same one.
Yeah.
Which kind of, Like, one of the things I hate is taking clothes out of the washer to put them into the dryer.
Oh, it's awful.
So maybe it would have been better to have one of those.
So wait a second. It's a...
Oh, so it washes and then you dry it in the same thing?
In the same tumbler?
Yep.
I've never seen that.
Yep.
I've had the combination machine before in an apartment I lived in where the washer was down low and then the dryer was up top, and I would do that, which was convenient.
What would you do?
This.
Well, you got to open the door first.
Yes.
Then get
Well,
it.
I mean, but you can only do one
then
load.
I would have to do.
You can only do
the
one load
lint
at a
thing,
time.
You get the lint out.
You can only do one load at a time if it's the combo. I don't think I'd like that. I mean, that's
Yeah,
very
because you're
inefficient.
saying once you get it out of the washer and put it
Yeah,
in the
now
dryer, you
it's
start
tied
another
up
one.
again for another hour. Yeah.
Well, I'm one of those weirdos that does clothes every day.
Now, I know right now my wife is somewhere watching this thinking, why is he worried about it?
Yeah. And somewhere my wife is listening saying she doesn't worry about it because I do. I wash my own clothes.
Yeah.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right is standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Sterling checked in the chat room earlier as well, said he heard the first spot and says they do offer great Southern fried chicken breast down there.
Good,
as long
for you.
as the dark meats, the thighs, the legs, the wings, and all of it. Hand-cut chicken fingers. The po' boys, the southern sides that go along with that, plus the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, all at Champy's Chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Go check them out. When we come back, we'll jump into more college football, some NFL talk, and the Masters all straight ahead on TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_Outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. While 2023 may no longer feel like the new year, there's no reason you can't create a new you thanks to New Balance shoes. Whether you're looking to be more active or just curious where the crossroads of style and function meet, we've got you covered at New Balance Birmingham. It's why everyone from supermodels and celebrities to regular folks like you and me can be found wearing New Balance shoes. Come find a shoe that'll help define the new you at the New Balance Birmingham store.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama in Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Thanks to our friends from Legacy Credit Union who just swung by the studio, recapping the conversations we've had with Jelly Walker of UAB and Andy Kennedy of UAB throughout the year. We appreciate their sponsorship on bringing you that content throughout the season. And just had AK on back on Monday talking about the national championship. Great folks there, and we appreciate their relationship with UAB over the years.
Yeah, I think by and large, we have made pretty good choices on our NIL deals with players, but I really enjoyed the basketball ones. Jelly was fun. We talked to Wendell today. I've enjoyed him. The Mari Burnett, we got a lot of good feedback, especially yesterday with him. So the basketball ones, I think, are going quite well.
Yeah, and we'll try to dial them back up for football season coming up here in 143 days. Speaking of dialing it up and dialing it in, we're back at Talladega coming up in just a few weeks, as well as NASCAR comes back to Central Alabama.
877-GO-TO-DEGA is the number to get on board. TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. Don't forget, coming up, the Geico 500 weekend. Friday, April 21, it starts with the big one on the Boulevard, one of the biggest parties you'll see anywhere. Doubleheader of racing on Saturday in Cole Swindell. I am told the phrase I was looking for, I got to dig through Twitter here, is interpolation, Rockstar. Interpolation. It's not a cover or a sample. It's interpolation is what Ush tells me on Twitter. I don't know what that word means. Also, Sunday, the Geico 500 is right there at Talladega Superspeedway. Don't forget to enhance your weekend by adding the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. 877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladagaSuperspeedway.com for all the info.
Really interesting to me is a couple of more people that went into the basketball portal yesterday. Stanford 6'7" swingman Harrison Ingram, who was a one-time McDonald's All-American, had a really good freshman year, was the Pac-12 Freshman of the Year, and then sort of fell off last year. He's not happy with his development under Jared Haas, and he's hitting the portal.
And one of those wings, I mean, that's we've seen some bigs. We've seen a ton of guards. You hadn't seen a lot of guys like that.
And one more guard went in yesterday, Hofstra's Aaron Estrada, who most analysts just simply put the word buckets beside him.
Oh, Buckets Estrada?
Because he brings buckets, can create his own shot, and a list of teams have reached out to him, including Arkansas, Tennessee, and Alabama.
How big is Estrada?
I do not have his size.
I'll find him. What's his name? Buckets Estrada?
Aaron Estrada. I don't know his height,
chips.
but apparently he's one of those guys that has dominated at Hofstra, has made their seasons really good, and is really good at creating his own shot.
Aaron Estrada got a 6'4", 207 shooting guard. That's good size for a guard, yeah.
Yep.
Here, I'll pull up his stats real quick for you, Dunaway. You said 20 points per game this year? Is that what you said?
20 points per game. I think he dished out about 6 a game.
Jim, he averaged 4.3 assists per game.
Yep, 6 if you're transferring him to an Alabama or an Arkansas.
36%. This would be his, by the way, fourth school. St. Peter's, Oregon, 2 years at Hofstra. So he's looking for his fourth basketball home.
That's slightly above average.
It's a little bit above average. But, hey, listen, a 36% shooter from beyond the arc, averaging those kind of points with that size, I think he would be valuable to a lot of people.
Yep, and that's why so many of them were reaching out. In NFL news, or really in any news, if I tell you the word burner phone, is the phrase burner phone ever used in a positive way?
Nope. There's.
Well, I think in the military maybe.
Yeah, but the general public, the only way you're using a burner phone is you're trying to get around something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so
you're trying to keep something hidden.
A little bit of a whistleblower situation going on in the NFL with a former Arizona Cardinal executive who is accusing Michael Bidwell, the owner, of several things, including workplace harassment, workplace discrimination, and the use of multiple burner phones and illegal communications, which could be illegal communications in league matters as well. What I'm starting, and I don't know if this will lead to a Daniel Snyder situation where it'll rise up where you start forcing people to sell their team or anything. And keep in mind that Snyder is being punished so much that he's going to sell his team for almost $7 billion.
Probably turn about a $8 billion profit on that.
Yeah. But I think we're going to learn as we keep digging into the owners of the National Football League that burner phones and illegal communications and some of this, that these guys are doing some rule breaking, much like we do in college. We always paint the college coaches and ADs as guys who may be, recruiting in a gray area or anything. I think we may be having some illegal communications and contacts and things like that going on in the NFL too. When you're competitive, people are always looking for edges, and they always out of sequence when you're not supposed to be contacting free agents. People contact free agents in back channels or with, quote, burner phones.
Okay, I know Florida was a different number when we're talking about an analyst and grad assistants and all that on Billy Napier's staff. But what do you guys think an average staff is all-inclusive?
In a college football program?
Oh, I mean, I think most SEC teams easily 15+ in analysts now, not on the field coaches. So
and then
your normal staff is 25, and then you're throwing
so
GAs.
I'd say 40 to 50 GAs and all.
Okay, I would put over-unders on burner phones per campus, probably 25.5.
Easy, yeah.
You probably have a GA that's in charge of switching out burner phones.
And then there are
that's
some.
That's his only job.
Yeah.
He comes in with a backpack every day and says,
all right,
guys, this is April's.
What I like is, like, I'm watching Better Call Saul, and burner phones show up in that show, but they've been in a lot of different shows. The old flip phone was a great burner phone because you used it and then you broke it. That was what everybody did. Use the flip phone, break it.
Well, you can still get some flip phone burners.
I know somebody had one.
But, all you got to do, like if I was Auburn, I would make my grad assistant go to Atlanta to buy them.
Yeah.
And Tuscaloosa, I'd make them go to Birmingham to buy them.
Because didn't we have a story, Rockstar, where somebody was like, when Robert Bentley, our esteemed governor, was using a burner phone, didn't somebody call us, or we saw the story like dude was working at Best Buy and Bentley was legit coming in buying them himself.
He had bought them himself and not in bulk. Like he'd buy one day and then, I've used that one enough. I'm going to go buy another one tomorrow.
I mean, you're the governor of one of the 50 states in the union and you're buying burner phones yourself.
No, but I threw the cashier off because I got a pack of Twizzlers too. It's like when you go to get a...
Did he get Twizzlers?
No, I'm saying it's like when you go get a plunger. Like, they know what I'm doing. I'm going to buy a Mountain Dew and some soap. I don't have one job I'm doing. I saw a plunger.
Todd Fuhrman joins us from the desert coming up. We'll talk to Todd about the Masters and some other things. Hemp Hill Services brings you the lock every day. LT will send it out from his Twitter account at the Lance Taylor. I'm telling you, at some point, I just want to, how we have Instagram takeovers, social media takeovers sometimes? Can I take it while you're down with this tonsil thing? Can I take over the lock?
I got to have something to do.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, okay.
Hey, I finally got my first good tonsil report, and then they cracked right back with a secondary message that killed it. So I got to tell you guys this at some point.
Okay. Love to hear. On the air, you want to tell us?
Yeah.
Okay. And we'll get to that in the final hour. And also Todd Fuhrman coming up.
Spring weather is here. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services offering $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call. When you mention the next round, call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show, Todd Fuhrman in just a second. Part of the show today being brought to you by the great folks who bring us the Indy Grand Prix of Alabama every year out to the Barber Motorsports Park. If you're looking, if you've never been, an opportunity to get out to Barber Motorsports Park, roll out a blanket, pull up a picnic basket, open a bottle of wine, eat some cheese, and watch the open wheel racing.
Paint a freaking picture, Dunaway.
That's what you get every year in a newly titled Indy race in town.
A new name for the same great racing. The Medical Properties Trust presents the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix. It is coming up April 28th through the 30th at the Barber Motorsports Park. The Grand Marshal is Paul Feinbaum. He will give the most famous command in racing. Racing legends such as Elio Castroneves, Scott Dixon, Marcus Erickson will be among the field of the fastest race car drivers in the world. Do not miss the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix. Powered by M-First. Tickets limited but selling fast. Buy yours today. IndyAlabama.com.
I prefer a Pinot Noir from Oregon when I open a bottle of wine. I would imagine that our man Fuhrman's a good cab guy, maybe even a rosé kind of guy out in the desert.
Fuhrman, Dunaway trying to peg your wine choices.
More importantly here, hold on, let's hit the rewind button for a second. Do people really go out to IndyCar and motorsports in general with a wine and cheese plate? Is that normal operating procedure?
At our track, yes,
yeah.
It is. It's rolling green hills. It's basically a race through a park.
Yeah, I think we've been told we need to do it like that, Fuhrman.
Well, I mean, hey, look, I'm all for that kind of culture coming to motorsports because when you roll out to the track out here, Las Vegas Motor Speedway, for when NASCAR's out here twice a year, if you have anything else other than a domestic light beer of choice, you usually get excommunicated from the NASCAR community and you're relegated to drinking in the parking lot.
But we've got this thing called grass here, unlike you guys out in Vegas. And it's a beautiful thing. If you're ever in town, we'll take you out there. You can actually rent Porsches and take the Porsche driving experience and get on the track and hit all the speed you can handle, my friend.
See, now you're talking my language. I was disappointed that I wasn't close enough to try and take my car out on Talladega Motor Speedway when they opened it up to the general public. I'm not sure those high banking turns, though, would have worked out well for my car that I cruise around with about 150,000 miles, and the tires are closer to bald than they are being true sticker tires.
I don't think they let you out there on that one. Fuhrman, how are, if at all, the pitch clock rules affecting baseball? We were asked that earlier. They wanted in the chat room, wanted us to ask you, totals, lines, whatever. Have you noticed any sort of the uptick in stolen bases, any sort of correlation between the new baseball rules and how it is affecting the gambling market?
Well, the uptick in stolen bases has been fun to watch. I think, we've all fallen victim over the last couple of years to it being essentially a 3-outcome game. It's either a walk, it's either a strikeout, or it's a home run. There's not teams trying to string together rallies and play a little bit of small ball that we've grown accustomed to in the past. Now, when you're looking at some of the totals, look, markets are going to be fluid. We had a day, I think it was yesterday or maybe Monday, where overs went 13-1-1. But that's not exactly going to be the norm. I mean, you're looking at the over-unders right now, and it's about a 41-32 split through the first 70-plus games of games going over the total, so a 56% strike rate. We know that these numbers are going to move. The biggest question becomes is when the weather starts to warm up and balls are going to travel significantly further than they do in some of these frigid temperatures, will we see totals consistently be painted in that 9.5 range like we saw years ago with the juice balls instead of what we've grown accustomed to the last couple of years where 6.5, 7, and 7.5, a lot more of the prevailing numbers unless you're in hitter-friendly environments.
One thing I love about the Masters, shifting gears here, is the match play you can go with, and they've got the early futures where you can do, matchups throughout the tournament or just first round matchups. And I don't know how much you've looked at the first round matchups, but there are 3 that jump out to me, and I'm just going to throw one out there because I'm probably going to give some of these out. But I love tomorrow the matchup of Roy McIlroy minus the 120 over Scotty Scheffler. Have you taken a look at any of these?
For me, when it comes to golf, especially the majors, I typically look at the 72-hole sample size more so than just the volatility that comes with betting a single round. Now, of course, that dynamic changes, LT, as you get deeper into the tournament when we go through the cut on Friday, and obviously have a lot more at stake on Saturday and Sunday. So I haven't done anything with first-round matchups yet. The one player, I think, like everybody, that I'm looking to fade as the weather potentially gets frigid over the weekend, should he be playing on Saturday and Sunday. I'm not sure the betting market will react as strong as it needs to for Tiger Woods. He's talked at great lengths about some of the struggles he goes through when it's not optimal conditions, and if it's cold and it's damp and we're seeing temperatures in the low 50s, Tiger would be the guy that I would look to bet against on Saturday and Sunday. We've really seen him struggle at the tail end of majors, not so much the Masters as some of the other tournaments, where just the wear and tear of playing a 3 to 4 full rounds typically grinds him down as the event goes on.
I'm going to impress Brown right here by saying if I could bet on Sungjae M right now to win this event, what could I get him at?
Sungjae's numbers have been interesting. It all depends on books, and this is the one time a year where I tell people all the time, because you've had Masters prices on the board for such a long period, that you need to shop around and make sure that you're not taking a golfer at 18-1 that you could find at another shop at 30-1. Obviously, a little bit of a different dynamic for you guys without, legalized sports betting down there. Now, Sungjae Im is an interesting player because he has attracted the attention of some professional bettors in the top 5 and the top 10 market. His price anywhere from a low end of 33-1 that I've seen upwards of 40-1. And I think he's a guy that if things go the right way for him, he can definitely be in contention on Sunday to win that elusive first green jacket.
Todd Fuhrman is with us, bettheboardpodcast.com, bettheboardpodcast.com, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. He is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Another name I was looking at, I've seen him anywhere from 25-1 to 33-1, is Colin Morikawa, a guy who a year ago at this time you probably couldn't have gotten anywhere close to that number for him, Fuhrman.
It's so interesting because it's what have you done for me lately in golf as much as some of the other sports that are out there. And you mentioned Colin Morikawa. You no doubt would have been taking a significantly shorter price if you wanted to back him previously. And when you look at some of the head-to-head matchups, that's usually a great indication of where odds makers feel he's going to slot. So paired up as a slight underdog against a Xander Schauffele, who's looking for his first major, it makes for an interesting dynamic. I've had Morikawa in the outright market in a couple tournaments earlier this year. Was disappointed he wasn't able to get it across the finish line. 30-1 honestly feels like a very fair price for where he should be. Not a guy that I'm looking to bet on or against in some of the head-to-heads or to kind of isolate in that outright price.
One more guy I wanted to ask you about because he's got a small track record here, but a good one. And I liked him until he won in Texas Sunday. It's Corey Connors. I hate playing a guy after he wins, right after he wins. How do you feel about that?
It's always tricky, and the one thing we've seen from the Valero Open in the past is a lot of the players, when they'll play in that tournament, they just typically cash their chips out and go, hey, look, we don't need to play 4 full rounds because we want to come into Augusta fresh. So what you've seen is a little bit of the win equity go out of the market for Corey Connors. But you're right. I mean, this is a guy who's performed well here that flies under the radar. A lot of people don't talk about some of the strong performances we've seen from the Canadian here in the past. He'd be a guy that I think you're probably more comfortable looking at in a top 10, top 20 market. I'm not sure there's enough left in that outright price expecting him to win back-to-back tournaments.
The Cameron everyone talks about is Cameron Smith. What about Cameron Young?
You know, Cam Smith, who you did mention, I mean, some interesting comments from him talking about how he basically put his golf clubs in a garage when he went back to his native Australia for 2 months. And the live golfers in general, pretty polarizing. But when you look at Cam Young, his number drifting anywhere from that 25-1 range on the low end upwards of 30. And this is a guy who's got a skill set that I think fits well in this particular tournament. And again, when we look at head-to-head matchups, typically a much more accurate reflection of how odds makers feel about what guys can do. Cam Young comes in as a $1.50 favorite over public darling Max Homa, so I think that's a pretty strong illustration. And he's also favored over Sung Jae Im in a similar competitive set. So I think Cam Young's a guy that not a lot of people are talking about, that can definitely have a chance to be in the thick of things come Sunday afternoon.
Can I ask you, can I make the bet, live golfer or not? Can I bet just on a live golfer would win the tournament?
You can indeed, and the yes-no price out there on that, 5-1, you get all of the live golfers basically in one bucket, and if you want to bet against them, you'd have to put up $7 to make $1 coming back. So I do give odds makers a ton of credit for some of the creativity that they've come up with there. And I think all of us as golf fans have some real questions about how the live golfers will perform. You don't have a ton of data to go after to normally assess their current performance. And that's basically what Brooks Koepka has said. You know, he's not quite sure what winning a live event tells him about the current state of his game. And he's been the guy, though, that's seen the biggest movement in terms of live golfers in general. Brooks, you could have found right around 100-1 2 weeks ago to win the Masters. That number now down in that 40 or 50 range.
Listen, I know you're not just all odds. You guys in Las Vegas are not in the market for a quarterback anymore, right?
No, not right now with the signing of Jimmy Garoppolo. So I would be surprised if Mac Jones ended up out here. But there was some of that actually floated around going into last season, that the Patriots weren't quite sure that Mac Jones was going to be the quarterback of the future. Obviously, they did everything they could to try and give Bailey Zappi some reps for extended stretches last year, but clearly a difference in pedigree. And then as the rumor mill starts to get ratcheted up about Lamar Jackson, you know, would Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft be willing to go all in for that? You know, we've tried to poke around in our circles. I think there's a little bit of smoke, but I wouldn't say there's fully fire yet for that as New England tries to figure out if Mac's going to be the guy or he's going to get a chance to get a fresh start somewhere else.
Rivers right. Is the NBA MVP over? Is it Joel Embiid?
Not according to the betting market. It's not. Doc deciding to sit Joel Embiid against the Denver Nuggets probably didn't help his own player's candidacy. In that regard, we've seen another flip-flop where Nikola Jokic right now is the favorite, not odds on, but right around plus 105. It has been crazy, though, when you watch those two guys, because typically in these awards markets, when you get this late in the year with only 2 or 3 regular season games to go, we think it's fait accompli that this thing is done. But also lurking would be Giannis. We've seen his number come down from 6.5, 7-1, into that 4.5 range now that the Bucks have the best record in the Eastern Conference.
All right, he is Todd Fuhrman. Great information on a lot of sports there. You get all of that at bettheboardpodcast.com. That is bettheboardpodcast.com. Follow him on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman. It is my goal. I mean, I'm spring race only. I don't do the fall race because of football. To get you to Talladega. You talk about it every time you come on here, it seems like.
Hey, you know what? Honestly, I still want to get down there. Like I said, this year might be a little bit more challenging. No, I'm slated to get married a week later, and I'm not quite sure that being down in the Talladega Boulevard for the course of 72 hours would be the best for my impending nuptials. So maybe next year we'll have to make sure we put it on the calendar. We schedule proper provisos and we make sure that we blow it up the way it's supposed to be, because I definitely want to get it out there and see what the hype is about for one of the best tracks on the circuit.
Well, my advice would be you come before you get married, but, whatever.
Well, you know what? I figure the statute of limitations will wear off after a year of being married, so at least I've built up a little bit of goodwill working in my favor, more so than her deciding that she's going to take a better offer that might be out there 6 days before, we're scheduled to time. 3 o'clock in the morning. But from people I've talked to in the NASCAR community, they say that just when you think you've seen it all, you haven't seen anything close to what Talladega offers up. So that in and of itself, listening to you guys, scares me half to death, but also has me on the edge of my seat with the potential excitement to try and see all of that unfold.
Yeah, what's funny is you make your fiancée sound like she's got the first round pick in the NFL draft. She's happy with who she's going to select, but she still could be open to offers.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, she may be looking to trade up right now. I'm not exactly Tom Brady. I don't have 7 championships on my resume. I'm a guy that's going to give you good performance, who operates much more like a game manager week in, week out, who's only as good as his supporting cast around him.
Hey, tell her Belichick won a lot of rings trading down for draft picks. Or maybe you shouldn't tell her that.
Don't tell her that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not quite sure that'll help me out in the grand scheme of things. But, every now and again we come up with different angles, and we'll figure out how to position it over the next 3.5 weeks or so.
All right, Fuhrman's trying to pay for a honeymoon. Go bettheboardpodcast.com. bettheboardpodcast.com and follow him at Todd Fuhrman. Always fun, Fuhrman. Thank you.
Always a pleasure, guys. Enjoy the Masters this weekend.
All right, buddy. You too. Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
We got 4 downs coming up here in just a second. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Slice Pizza. Great place to swing by and have lunch. LT will not be able to have Slice for a couple of days because he's getting his tonsils out tomorrow. But then when you get back, just imagine how that first hot mama is going to be when it slides down through that open throat of yours with no more tonsils blocking the passageway to goodness.
Rockstar.
What a picture.
What a picture, Rockstar.
Local pizza, local ingredients. That's what you get from the Bajalia brothers, Jeff, Jason, Chris, do a fantastic job with the great concept that is Slice. It started in Lakeview, one location, then it grew, went to Vestavia, then Montevallo. Now it's at Crestline Park. Fabulous pizza. They've got a daily special, the curbside pickup, 12 wings, half pan of salad, 2 of the specialty pizzas from the Hot Mama that Dunaway just mentioned, the Wing and a Prayer, the Bajalia Special, the Soul Pie, the White Shadow, so many different great specialty pizzas. Go online for more information, slicebirmingham.com.
There's a story from our buddy Connor O'Gara today at Saturday Down South, and he says maybe there's not another player in college football under more pressure at their spring game than Robbie Ashford of Auburn. Now, I don't know how much pressure you can be under at a spring game, but is there something to prove? Is the stage even set for anything to be shown that's going to change your feelings about Robbie Ashford in the spring game? Is there pressure on Robbie Ashford to look good in this spring game?
I don't know. I will say this. Robbie Ashford's got a unique skill set and obviously very inconsistent when throwing the football this past year. But he seemed like he became more competitive as the year went on. And when his ability, his athletic ability just seems to fit perfectly with Hugh Freeze. So when Hugh got the job, I just immediately assumed Hugh knows how to groom these quarterbacks. This is going to be a really good fit. Hugh looks miserable every single press conference, so I don't know right now if it's working or not. But I think Auburn fans watching Robbie Ashford, I don't think they've got a huge expectation right now.
If Ashford went out and was 18 of 20, couple hundred yards, 4 total touchdowns, do you think Hugh Freeze would look at the transfer portal or not?
In fact, Brown, cut number 3, Rockstar.
Does Hugh answer this? Is he rubbing his temples as he starts to answer? Does Hugh look miserable when he answers this?
Hugh Freeze talking about just the quarterbacks in general as they approach A-Day Saturday at Jordan-Hare Stadium.
The interesting thing will be their response to the competition that's created and that has been created that will continue to go on. And being the quarterback to me at an SEC school at a place like Auburn carries a lot of weight with it. And that weight doesn't end when spring practice 15 is over. And how does that go through summer? And what does that look like in the leadership of this team? And that will all play into ultimately who gets that first nod. And it's be interesting to see how all respond to that.
And I wonder, I mentioned earlier this week, it was a question by Jeff Spiegel on The Zone on 3340. What do you think you'll see out of the quarterbacks? Do you think they limit them? Do you think they let them go all out? And
well, first of all, that they're not going to show any of their offense, so it's going to be very vanilla anyway. Probably the same kind of offense you ran in youth football. So they're going to start with that. There's going to be no contact, so a guy like Robbie Ashford can't do what Robbie Ashford does best. They're going to be probably not even playing a game. It's going to be scrimmage-esque, so that's going to be limited. You will get zero from this, much more from their scrimmages than what you will get from this.
Do you think Hugh Freeze could potentially have told somebody in the portal, just watch our spring game? You tell me if you think you can come play.
I don't know if he would go there.
You don't think so?
No.
Just watch our spring game. Tell me if you think you can beat out either one of these two guys.
Because, what that is doing, imagine if that got back. If whoever this is.
I never spoke to Grayson McCall, Robbie. I don't know what you're talking about.
And then that got out, hey, look, I was recruited heavily in the portal by the Auburn Tigers. Hugh Freeze said, hey, watch how bad my guys are this Saturday. That would be a terrible look.
That would not be a good look right there. All right, when we come back, we'll get to our 4 downs today and some sobering comments before we're done from Tiger Woods yesterday after a practice round at the Masters. The show being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. He talks often now about that he really shouldn't have the leg that he has. He's still happy that it's his leg and that he did not lose the leg after that car accident. We'll hear from Tiger about how many more Masters he may have in him coming up. If you've had an injury or any kind of injury that's keeping you away from work, you got to get back to work to feed the family. Precision Sports can help make that happen.
Yeah, contact your favorite provider. That is our friends at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedic. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder putting something in the attic. You hurt the elbow shooting hoop in the driveway. You banged up the knees just getting off the couch during halftime. That is why you need to let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama in Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Okay, a lot just happened there. Did you tell me you have a tonsil update?
No, I'm getting hit up by a bunch of people. What time people that are going to be in my circle taking care of me? What time the surgery is tomorrow? I still don't know what time the surgery is tomorrow.
Right,
which is crazy.
So people are offering to give you a ride to surgery?
No. Oh. It's a long story.
Okay,
we're going to have some social media going out.
Oh, good. We're going to create content with your tonsil.
Yes.
Tonsillectomy.
But I did finally remember me saying that I've got a million tonsil stories. They're all negative. I finally got a positive.
That's right. You did. Somebody texted you a positive.
Our buddy Tyler out of Tuscaloosa.
I like Tyler.
Tyler out of Tuscaloosa.
Got it done when he was 25.
Okay.
Oh, great.
Now it goes from really good to not so good. So you guys tell me if this is a positive or not.
Tyler, who used to own a bar?
Yeah.
Okay.
He said, I had my tonsils taken out when I was 25. In post-op, had them reverse the morphine. Then 3 days post-op, drink a pitcher of premium tequila margaritas, Dobell, and you'll be set. I was back to normal on day 4.
Reverse the morphine. In other words, y'all are giving me too much morphine. Let's back that down.
Yeah.
And then day 4, he drank a margarita.
A pitcher.
A pitcher of margaritas.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, all right. So where's the bad part?
So basically, he replaced morphine with tequila. Okay.
So
all right.
excitingly, I sent, holy shit, seriously, ? He said, yeah, I was having trouble breathing after the surgery.
Oh, well.
So they reversed the morphine. The dry sockets are gross, so burning them with the tequila healed them for me.
Woo! That sounds awful, Rockstar.
He goes on to say, it wasn't like I was dying. They have some sensor that measures how much oxygen you're getting, and I was trying to sleep, and it just kept going off, so they reversed the morphine, and I was fine. You'll do fine. It's the dry sockets afterwards that are the worst.
I thought that was all about
wisdom teeth.
Wisdom teeth, dry socket.
Same thing, because you got open sores. Then he goes on to say, I was eating on day 4 because the tequila took off the scabs. The bad smell will last until the scabs are gone. It's the worst taste/smell you'll ever experience.
I'm not even having it done.
He says your breath will smell like you've been eating turds your whole life.
I like how somebody had to tell him that, dude.
Yeah, you.
I don't want to be around anybody.
You know, I was going to bring this up. No, I was thinking about this in the shower today. No joke.
So is that a good or bad text?
Oh, I mean, it started out good.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
But off of turd breath, I was thinking of that it would be better if I drove the show from over there, because as I drive the show, or over there, and Brown's in the middle and you over here, so I can look down the aisle, as you know, that way I'm not turning back and forth.
He's
I'm
going
always
to lose the
facing.
turd breath.
I'm kidding.
I think it'll stay a couple of weeks. Charlie, I will not infringe upon y'all if that's going on.
Dude, it'll be perfectly fine. I'm the coffee drinker. There's no doubt there are days I'm blowing, coffee your way.
Well, blowing coffee your way.
Yeah.
Blowing coffee your way.
Yeah. And who knows? I may start smoking before I'm said and done. I'm thinking about picking up cigars. Yesterday I had to move a wet cigar piece out of the way of a little off the fringe putt, and I thought to myself, "Oh, that looks perfect. I should start smoking cigars."
Yeah, somebody left that behind.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously though, Lance, you need to have this done. I know I've joked a lot about it today, but there is not one positive comment in the chat room about this. Now, a lot of people are positively commenting about the results.
That's right. It's the rest of your life.
It's the rest of your life they're commenting about, but nobody has said, Lance, everybody makes a big deal about an adult tonsillectomy. It's not that big a deal.
Just how good is that first filet or wagyu, dare I say,
that tequila when it strips the scabs
from New York Butcher Shop going to taste when you don't have to worry about a sore throat or ever. There was somebody earlier, one of our great female listeners, I forget her name now over there, but she said earlier that her sister was always sick. And then once her tonsils out, she can't remember the last time she's been sick.
Yeah, see, and that's the hope here.
You know, because that stuff's catching all these germs and stuff in your throat.
Yeah, but the problem is the 2 weeks of being down.
Well,
2 weeks for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
2 weeks for the rest of your life.
Again, as I pointed out, how fast did the NCAA tournament go? I think started 3 weeks ago. It's already over.
It did. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop, pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees, side dishes, perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family, ready to eat at home with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop. Don't forget about those huge deli sandwiches for lunch. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Kevin's right. Lunsford, you're in charge of ordering equipment. Can we get one new windscreen for LT's mic? We'll change it out when he is completely recovered.
Yeah, the windscreen's a big thing. You know, we've had a lot of people in radio, they'll take them off and use their own.
Yeah.
So we definitely have to get you your own.
Dunaway did that at the end of his radio career, yeah.
Over at Jocks. So I got to where I was taking mine back to my office and putting it back on.
Briefcase.
Hey, were you going to give me a grease board and a marker?
To take home?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to do some Zoom stuff with Lance on greaseboard. Let him just write the answers to the questions we asked.
We'll get you a new marker.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I got tons of markers. I got your marker.
I've got tons of marker over there.
Oh, I do. I got a whole box.
Yeah, I'm going to need one of these
different
anyway
colors.
to communicate with whoever.
That's right. Yeah.
So if you said
Hector Salamanca
right now, more off-the-field analysts at Auburn or more people you have lined up to help you recover?
I've probably reached out to more but I haven't got like confirmations.
I'm just concerned about you getting to and from. Are we okay? I know you don't know the time yet.
I'm
but we're
good
okay?
on that.
All right.
I'm confirmed.
I'm more concerned that you don't have a time for surgery right now.
I'm more concerned that I've got open house this week.
Walk-ins welcome.
Yeah, I don't think
this was poor planning on your
part.
Yeah,
I don't think you've told anybody that you're also selling your house this weekend.
I am selling my house this weekend.
So, first surgery ever. You're selling your house this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, that was really poor planning on your part.
The plan was last weekend, I went out of town purposely because I was supposed to have open house, but there was so much going on in my house.
Yeah, couldn't open it.
Couldn't do it.
Closed house.
So I moved it to this weekend. I should have moved it for 2 weeks.
Weather's going to suck Saturday and Sunday. I think you need to cancel the open house.
You know what? That's good. And it's Easter weekend. Maybe I should just cancel it altogether.
I don't know.
Do
people buy houses on Easter weekend? I mean, you got a lot going on. Family stuff, church.
We got to have a house, and it happened to be on Easter weekend.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't stop me, but I'm just saying, a lot of family gatherings on Easter weekend.
Yeah, there's no way anybody's going to look at it Sunday. I know we've already got like 10 people that are lined up to look at it on Saturday.
Next weekend.
And I would rather them see it when the pool is at its glory, not when it's raining out.
No.
But Lunsford said he was thinking about buying my house.
Oh, really? Well, this could be.
If we can come up with a next round friendly agreement.
Yeah, there's your problem.
You know what would make the pool pop?
You never do business among friends.
Don't dip your pen and company.
Not if the price is
I
right.
literally did. So
that's a good point.
I would tell you though this. I would tell you this.
You literally did.
My
and you ended up
attendance,
married. So.
my attendance in poker club goes way up if you move right across the street from me. Though.
So what's your idea on the pool?
If you want to make that pool pop, I don't know if they still make it. Little Schmitz gay.
It's my favorite beer from the 80s, right? So.
Well,
Why do you think I want to buy the house?
Hey, the nurses could double up as
that's true.
Yeah,
lifeguards.
Yep.
Yeah, he's got lifeguards at this pool. No, seriously though, Lance, I just looked at the weather. Now listen,
I mean, I'm worried about the Masters. I mean, this weekend
the Masters going to be
weather-wise.
awful weather. Yeah, it's going to be
and
cold
you
and
tell me
rainy
they
over
don't
the
let
weekend.
you pick and play. What's it called?
Lift, clean, and place.
Lift,
They will
clean,
not do
place,
that.
no.
So they don't have to. They've got the sub airs. They'll dry out those fairways.
Okay.
Saturday, 60 degrees, 85% chance of rain. That's an awful day for an open house. You don't want that.
I'm gonna have to call Stephanie.
Sunday, 30% chance of rain. None of that around church. Everybody should go to church.
Doesn't
on
matter.
Sunday.
Everybody's gonna be doing Easter
No,
stuff.
it's not going to rain around church. But
Unless
it's gonna
you're
rain.
offering a resurrection offer on your house.
That's right, Lance. Jesus beat the tomb. You offer a great deal because of that. Because Jesus resurrected and changed everybody's life. You're going to change the price.
I'm not changing the price.
Unless it's for Lunsford.
You can't do that.
There you go. I tried Lunsford. All right, we will get to the 4 downs in just a second. We're a little deep on LT's tonsils.
Sorry.
Yes.
Y'all want to hear from me. You want to hear from me for a while.
Well, it's taking the show over.
No,
People are worried about it.
I'm excited about it. I will tell you this, though. When you when you get this over with, this is like it's like a life lesson for anyone. There's always something that is hard to go through, but once you go through it, how much happier. Like, for instance, I'll use us as an example.
Give me a good analogy.
How much pain was it when we were making a decision to convince you, and you had to be convinced a little bit, to do what we're doing here today. And there were a rough couple of weeks when we were having to leave. It was uncomfortable with our friends. But once we got through the 2 weeks of uncomfortable moments, look at how easy it is on the other side.
Here's my analogy. The day Dunaway and I were standing with our good friend Floyd Larkins in the 6th fairway at Shoal Creek. And
I was about 180 towards the water.
Yeah, Brown's right in the
Bad
middle.
shot,
and our legal team, Russ Campbell and Patrick Strong, shoot the group text. We need to speak with one of you ASAP. And I make the phone call, and they're like, "Hey, negotiations over. We're done." That was Lance. I didn't know what the future held, but it was an amazing feeling of freedom.
It was.
We ripped the scab off.
And I immediately talked to friends and clients, and they were 100% supportive, and there was excitement there. There is nothing exciting about
true.
tomorrow.
It was very exciting, and we finished 18 holes of golf that day. We had a great meal.
I can't even wear deodorant tomorrow.
What?
Yeah.
Why can you not put on deodorant? Fire hazard?
Something about the sterile. Like, I guess if I went out and got a new stick, technically I could.
Yeah.
But
that's a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I can't use mouthwash.
Well, you take a shower in the morning, though, right? You'll clean your pits.
I'll clean the pits, but still,
I
I'll
don't
probably be
think
sweating before the procedure.
It's okay. I mean, your breast's going to smell worse than your underarms.
Pig pen walking around.
Oh, my gosh. It's never been this dirty.
Jay says, you're right, Dunaway, just like the philosopher Miley Cyrus says, it's the climb. It is the climb, LT. Once you're done with this, it's over with.
So
literally saved my life, Daniel says.
Hang on. No, Daniel says, nice little TNR history teaser for the history podcast, 13 parts we got coming up. He said it literally saved his life. Is he saying the next round saved his life? Or
I'm sure tonsil surgery probably saved his life.
Oh, you don't think it was our show?
I don't think it was the show.
Yeah.
I was excited about that story.
But hey, if it saved your life, Daniel, maybe you'll be part of our 13-segment history of the show.
I would like one segment if people would come on and tell us how we saved their life. That would be an interesting segment, wouldn't it, right?
Tell me how much you love me.
No, I mean, no. Would that not be an interesting comment? An interesting segment
for us, maybe.
Okay. I mean, I'm just an idea guy. You can shoot them down.
Damn, Chris says the OR is going to be so cold you won't be sweating.
That's true. They do keep them cold.
Yeah.
I love that.
It's like being in this studio. You'll be asleep. You won't
Great
even know.
T-shirt idea. Grower or shower?
No way.
Trust me.
You're going to be asleep.
I've already cut my nails. I've got no bad tats. Belly button's clean.
Yeah. You're going to be asleep. You're not going to know the difference, man.
Yeah. You'll be fine.
Emergency tonsil surgery.
If we only knew what surgery this was, or when it was happening, it'd be fantastic.
Or who's paying for it?
Yeah, who's paying for it? Do you even know your doctor's name?
Yeah, Dr. Elledge.
Dr. Elledge?
Yeah.
Oh, Hacksaw Elledge?
He's the guy that shakes, right?
Yeah. Did he ever get over that shake thing he had?
Please,
He comes in and runs into a wall.
Please, the first time he starts to
Bastards.
stick that thing down your throat, and you go,
Just kidding.
and your nose lights up. It'll be great.
Tonsils, I thought.
Yeah, they said it's only a 40-minute procedure altogether.
I'm sure they pop those things out quick.
Unless there's complications.
Yeah. There won't be complications.
Chances of LT's complications, not able to bet on it, mybookie.ag, but you can everything
Anything
else. Yeah, mybookie.ag.
I just got exciting news about mybookie.ag.
What is it?
They're sponsoring a new guest, and it's a guest everybody loves on this show.
Oh my gosh! Let me guess.
Everybody loves this guest.
Is there a chance that mybookie.ag is bringing the great Buster Only back?
Jim, you'll have to wait and see next
Eric
week.
Estrada?
Next week.
The chick from Ozark.
No,
what's her name?
is
The old lady.
It's got to be a reoccurring guest.
No,
Darlene was her name on the show.
Darlene Snell? No, not her. MyBookie.ag code next round. MyBookie.ag code next round. Gary also incorrect. MyBookie.ag is where you go for all the Major League Baseball games, NBA playoffs, the Masters this weekend, all those things at MyBookie.ag. Will Lance have his tonsils taken out? And maybe they'll have a line on that at MyBookie.ag.
Buster Only. Come on, man. Buster.
Look what months were put on it.
Code next round. Code next round at MyBookie.ag. The first time you go there and use code next round, you're eligible for a sign-on bonus of up to $2,000. And you bet it one time, it's yours and yours forever at mybookie.ag. Don't forget code next round, mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Buster Olney. Mybookie.ag, code next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Nothing but religious jokes the rest of the show.
That's right.
You want to tell them who's in studio?
Well, my pastor,
Yeah.
George Wright, Shades Mountain Baptist, great place for Easter. 8, 9, 30, 8, and 11. I had to look for
Hey,
that.
is this
8, 9,
like
30, and 11.
Is this like your Super Bowl? I mean, do you feel pressure? Yeah,
That's right.
I mean, really, I would feel a little extra pressure.
He has me as a congregant, so he's basically the Cleveland Browns already.
So on Thursday of Easter week, do you do like a run through, a walk through at the arena there? You make sure you got all the plays dialed in. No, the discussion about Lance's surgery tomorrow has been so intense today. Brown has brought in his pastor.
That's right. I brought him a pastor. Rockstar goes to Shades Mountain.
We do.
So Rockstar knows him.
Remember him?
Yeah, that's right.
Good stuff.
Yeah. So 8, 9:30, 11 o'clock. Or shades.org if you want to watch it remote. That's what you're going to have to do because you're going to be laid up with surgery. I'm going to send you a link.
And just the way you thought Brown's pastor would look, he's got a Masters t-shirt
That's right.
on.
That's my guy.
He's a golf guy.
I asked him, I said, are you excited? He goes, I got a different shirt for every day.
That's right. He wore one Sunday morning. He got Masters Week started right. He preaches in a green jacket on Master Sunday.
Oh.
He does.
I believe
He
it.
does it.
I bet you'll wear a green tie, though, won't you?
No, we're not a tie place.
Yeah.
Jesus wore robes, man.
Part of our show today brought to you by Vulcan Tire and Automotive. They bring us 4 downs. LT has those ready to go for us. Tell us about Vulcan, LT.
Yeah, look, if you're heading on a road trip, a dead battery is not going to get you there. That's why you need to stop by one of those 4 locations, locally owned and operated. Our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, make sure their team's going to take care of you. They're going to make sure you stay on the road no matter what the weather is. And they're who we here at the Next Round trust with our vehicles. Locations all across the greater Birmingham area. Tell them the guys from the Next Round sent you. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Chad asking if my pastor's here to give Lance last rites. He said it. I didn't say it. That's not really a Southern Baptist thing. Don't worry. Have you ever done last rites? No, that's not a Southern Baptist.
No, but they asked me, though. They were like, do you want last rites? What's your
they literally ask you that?
Religious affiliation?
Change surgeons right then.
I mean, I'd like you to be a little more confident.
It's just up to how I feel that day. I may not want to do
I was
it.
like, he told me he does 4 or 5 of these a day.
They're taking your tonsils out and asking if you want last rites.
Yeah, I swear.
I would instantly want to know what his batting average is at this point. Is he above the Mendoza
last rites?
Better chance of happening. Lakers back in the finals this year, or Alabama back to the college football playoffs next year?
Alabama. I mean, the Lakers were out of the I know they're playing better now. What'd you say, 10 of 11 they won?
11 of 14.
11 of 14. I mean, but they were out of the playoffs just 2 weeks ago. They haven't gotten that much better, have they?
Well, they're getting whole. They're finally healthy. Anthony Davis is playing out of his mind. Austin Reeves playing really well. D'Angelo Russell's been out, but now he's going to be back. I mean, they're a really dangerous team, especially with LeBron and AD.
They're not that dangerous. Alabama, back to the playoffs. To me, Phoenix is the team to beat, and that's what the thing you watch the final few games of the regular season here. Right now, I think Golden State is slotted to have to play Phoenix in, what, a 4-5 matchup? Because Phoenix is down in the standings, and you don't want to end up in that 5 slot. And they're talking about some teams maybe tanking to slip to 6. And the Lakers could be one of those teams forced into the 5th if they have to keep winning, or they do keep winning, and be faced with Phoenix early on. That'd be an easy out.
Well, and we get a preview of that this weekend. So Lakers and Phoenix hook up, and Phoenix undefeated since Durant's been in that lineup. So dangerous team.
If I'm Phoenix, I would let the Lakers win that one, try to suck them into that first-round matchup, and then hit them over the head like whack-a-mole.
Second down.
Now, Brown, you're going to have to help me with this. Go ahead.
What?
Whack-a-mole from the Three Stooges.
It's whack-a-mole.
Yeah, I left off an L in the
He's
E.
done that for years. He's called it whack-a-mole.
Guys.
I think since 2012, we've had like 9 first-time Masters winners.
Sounds right, yeah.
Better chance of happening, a first-time Master champion or Tiger makes the cut. Max Homa.
Rory McIlroy, first of all.
Yeah,
That's just right off the top. I mean, let me look at your favorites right here.
People believe that this is the one Rory wins.
Rory, Rahm, Cantlay, Finau, JT, all among your top odds. They've never won one. Yeah. I think I'd go better chance of a first-time winner than Tiger making the cut.
Than Tiger making or missing the cut?
Making the cut.
Making the cut. I'd go first-time winner.
I would go first-time winner.
I would too.
The conditions are not going to help Tiger. Am I right about that?
Well, I mean, it's going to be cold and rainy, and I mean,
he's old and broken down.
He's old and broken down.
I mean, as a guy who's old and broken down, cold and rainy is not good. Yeah,
I would agree.
Third down.
On this day back in 2008, Charlton Heston died. Best known for what?
Charlton Heston?
Yeah, now I've probably changed because of who's in studio. I might go 10 Commandments now.
Wayne's World 2.
Don't feel like you have to. What were you going to say before?
I was probably going to say for me because I saw it as a kid, Planet of the Apes.
Yeah.
And one of the great iconic scenes when you see the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah.
But also Ben-Hur. I mean, Charlton Heston was
Ben-Hur probably.
Great actor. A lot of people know him from the NRA.
Yeah, I do remember that. Like he's holding that gun up in the air. I don't really like the old Bible movies. They all talk with an English accent for some reason. It just doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, but you don't necessarily know.
Well, I'm pretty sure they didn't speak with an English accent in the Bible, Well, I don't think Jesus was from London, Lance.
Yeah, but he could have traveled over there.
Well, it was Aramaic, yeah.
Well, Charlton Heston's married. You can't be married.
Yeah.
Taking it a little too literal.
Yeah.
I
mean, you would agree with me. It's weird that the Bible movies have an English accent. I mean, it just doesn't. Why did we pick that?
He was not in Sundance Kid, right?
That was Paul Newman.
I'm not sure I know any Charlton Heston
You've
movies.
seen the 10 Commandments.
It's on. I think they used to play it on local television on Easter weekend.
I saw 2 of them.
Yeah, you followed most of them.
Have you seen Tombstone?
Tombstone I have, yes. He's in that?
That was his last role. It was small, that part. Pretty much cameo.
Yeah, I've seen that. Tombstone would be my answer then.
Tombstone.
4th down.
Don't know what direction. I got 2 here. I'll do this. I should have got you to pull these pictures, but you can if you don't mind. Lily James, 34 years old today. Simona Tabasco is 29.
Who is Simona Tabasco?
White Lotus season 2.
Oh,
who's Lily James?
Oh, Lily James. No way. She was in Downton Abbey. She was in Baby Driver.
She was.
Are we going better?
She's the new Marilyn Monroe, right? For the.
She was also. Wasn't she Princess Di?
No, that was that was.
that was
what is the girl's name?
So what are you asking me? Better career?
No, I want to say better in their prime.
Oh.
Of course, they're both still kind
I
of
was
in their
about
prime.
to say, aren't they kind of in their
What's the
prime?
girl's name? Sophia Tabasco.
Simona Tabasco.
I've never heard of either one of these people.
I reached out to Simona about coming on the show.
What'd she say?
You did?
She ghosted you?
Didn't get anything back.
Oh, she was in
White
season
Lotus.
2.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would go Simona Tabasco here. But I like Lily James.
Yeah,
There weren't a lot of celebrity birthdays, by the way.
Yeah, I can tell.
I'm trying to remember the character in Downton Abbey that Lily James was. She was like
the
middle
niece,
sister.
No, the niece that came in. The middle sister.
That passed.
Yeah, no.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
I'll go with you. I'll go Simona Tabasco. I like the name. It's hot.
Okay.
Yeah. And that is 4 Downs, brought to you by
cheesy.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
So cheesy.
Hey, weather takes toll on the car battery, so keep your car starting strong every single time with that battery check from our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Locations all across Birmingham. Tell them the guys from the Next Round sent you. Ask about that battery check. Vulcan Tire and Automotive. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right. When we come back, Tiger Woods talking about his maybe final rounds ever at Augusta National. That when we come back on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Winter weather can take a toll on your vehicle's performance. Don't let slick roads or new potholes leave you stranded in the cold. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has a team of ASE certified mechanics that have a plan for your vehicle's winter maintenance and repair. Tires, brakes, battery checks, and more. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has you covered. With 4 locations in the Birmingham area, be sure to tell the guys at Vulcan you heard about them on the Next Round. Your safety is their top priority because of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Wherever you go, we go together.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
April showers bring May flowers, but they also bring flood damage to your home or business. If that happens to you, DryTech is ready to help. Call DryTech first, not the insurance company. DryTech responds quickly and has 5 crews ready to work for you. Remember the DryTech number, 205-637-0143, or online at mydrytech.com. Remember, DryTech goes to work for you, not the insurance company. So if you have flood or fire damage to your home or business, call DryTech immediately. 205-637-0143.
I want you to hear Tiger before the show's over with, but first, Brown, one more time.
Let me preach it?
Yeah, I like Lance with a, not a verse there, but a good thought.
Tell us about Talladega one more time so we can hear Tiger talk about a little immortality.
877-GO-2-DEGA is the number to call. 877-GO-2-DEGA to get on board with the Talladega Super Speedway. And the Geico 500 weekend coming up Friday, April 21, starts the big one on the Boulevard. Just an incredible party over there. And then a doubleheader of racing Saturday, Cole Swindell and concert on Saturday as well. And then Sunday it caps off with the Geico 500. Don't forget to enhance your race weekend by adding the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. 877-GO-2-DEGA or TalladegaSuperspeedway.com to reserve your spot and to get all the info.
Tiger Woods getting asked if he ever thinks about his last round ever at Augusta National.
When you're playing this course, does it ever cross your mind this could be the last time?
Yes, it has. I didn't know. I mean, last year was kind of didn't know if I was going to play again at that time. For some reason, everything kind of came together, and I kind of pushed it a little bit, and I was able to make the cut, which was nice. And yeah, I don't know how many more I have in me. So just to be able to appreciate the time that I have here and cherish the memories.
That's pretty honest there. I don't know how many more I have in me.
Yeah, I mean, he's had to face, like you said, his mortality. I mean, there haven't been a whole lot of photos of that leg, but there was one where he was wearing like a compression sleeve on it, and it's not in great shape. So I think he knows his time is limited. He did, in the course of that press conference, say he was joking about Fred Couples being on the Champions Tour and said, and I think he said in 3 years, I can go out there and jump in that buggy and play with Freddie and the boys. And he's talking about the ability to use a golf cart and play on the Champions Tour, which is what we were just discussing in the break. I don't think anybody ever thought Tiger would do that.
No, and I had a theory, and I could be completely wrong on this, but when people have vices and they try to give those vices up, you've got to find an outlet. So Tiger had it self-admitted a lot of vices, from substance abuse to women.
Yeah.
And maybe now golf is it's always been obviously a passion of his and a profession of his, but maybe it's an outlet for him. And instead of doing other things for 5 hours a day, playing golf can be that. And he's got camaraderie. The Champions Tour, much more relaxed, low key. You still get to play the game you love. It occupies your time, and you can still make money.
He could print money out there. Not that he needs it, but yeah.
Jack Nicklaus helped start the Champions Tour.
Ian Palmer,
but he played very few events.
Yep.
And didn't play a lot of them as it got going.
Much in the same way,
play a lot at the regions.
Yeah, much in the same way, the PGA Tour, Tiger Woods is almost wholly responsible for what it looks like today. It would be the same in the Champions Tour. I mean, he would revive that tour if he decided to play much. I still have my doubts, but Lance does make a good point. We've seen when Tiger has idle time, he hasn't always handled it well. So maybe that's a great way to tie up some of his time.
He brings huge TV numbers with him, right? And sponsor money, but huge television numbers, even if he's on the Champions Tour.
What was your saying, Lance?
Idle mind is the devil's playground.
Somebody's showing off.
That's deep.
In studio.
That's right.
I say this every day, even though there's a pastor in studio with us today. God bless you. God bless America. We're back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time.